Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 2 of The Fallen Legion, File 2. Summary. Following the events of File 1, Naruto and his Nightwings have secured their sanctuary, but at a massive cost. The world now knows they exist. Thrust into the spotlight of a supernatural realm teetering on the razor's edge between fragile peace and absolute war, Naruto finds himself leading a growing faction through the chaos. New alliances will be forged, and deadly new enemies will rise. But they will endure. They are Shinobi, the living legacy of a lost universe, and they will not yield to anyone. Never again. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and high school DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 5. Avians, Foxes, and Bats. Jinjagakure no High Saito, Night Tower. The offices within the central tower of the village hidden among the shrines, the bureaucratic might, and the secret home of the premier fighting force of the Grigori organization, holds many secrets that themselves hold many secrets, and thus, not even the leader of the organization knows of them all. One such secret was the living space, or bedroom, of the Kage of Light, originally a title of jest, a callback to their home and respect, but has since become as formal as truth can be. The Mitsuki's suite is a closely guarded secret, and as such is heavily protected with only one entrance, and typically guarded by the Shodai Mitsuki himself. There are very few individuals who know it exists, with even those who built it having had their memories of such removed for security purposes at their own insistence. It serves as an isolated space for a couple to enjoy a romantic meal in relative peace, and allowing them to catch up and reconnect from the near week they had been apart. Despite just coming back from a battle zone, Naruto, the previously mentioned Mitsuki, was sitting opposite his girlfriend of almost a year, Ino, who prepared this candlelight dinner for them both. It was still morning outside, but thanks to the heavy blinds over the window that did not take from the atmosphere that had since settled over the duo, allowing them to laugh and joke about recent events in their lives, forgetting about anything beyond it. With a chuckle, Naruto placed down the water glass as he informed. Then, Ginma and I shared a look, right, and Temari's facepalm when we both cheered. Back in a flash. Was absolutely hilarious. Ino snorted, easily picturing that, and caused Naruto to laugh far more openly as she muttered. You two are so childish. How? It was a perfect setup. Naruto rebuffed with a giggle and grin, yet she just shook her head as she chewed on her food. After clearing her mouth, Ino commented. This is just like you and Kiba that time you went drinking. Naruto this time snorted, then sipped his water before reaching for his meat as he rebuffed. Oh please. Kiba's a lightweight, that's all. Completely different from that. Ino rose a brow and rebuffed. Your puns were just as bad, and you both were making them. He was stealing mine. As I said, totally different. Naruto clarified somewhat sternly, and caused an amused chuckle to escape his girlfriend's lips. Ino asked. So you know they're bad? I make no comment. Naruto replied as he faked excessive attention on his food, causing her to smirk, then shake her head as she muttered. What am I going to do with you? After swallowing his mouthful, Naruto got a coy smirk and raised brow that she caught then froze. Then after a moment of thought, Ino waved him off and claimed. Later. I promise. Since you punished Shizuka-chan with the greenhouses, I have the day off. Oh right, that reminded Naruto of her transgression, thus he voiced. Yeah, well, I have been meaning to ask about that. Ino stiffened slightly, briefly, before reaching for her drink, knowing full well what was about to be asked and that he had no doubt caught her slip up just now. Naruto let out a sigh, shaking his head, then asked, So, why'd you give it to her? Taking her time with her water, Naruto knew she was too, but she did not care. Ino eventually swallowed and lowered the cup before she answered. Well, we thought it was a waste. I mean, there's a lot one could do with such a barrier, right? Upon his nod, Ino continued. So, I figured if she had one then you would be a bit more receptive to the fact we both had one. Ino, if you had just asked I wouldn't have minded, Naruto informed, and she looked to his soft expression as he finished. However, that is some of our top-grade equipment. Experimental even. I need to know where it is at all times. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would be catastrophic for us, and you know that. With a frown, Ino whispered while staring at her near-empty plate. I know, but you haven't been home all that much. When you are, we are always so busy and working. We've barely had time together. Sighing, Naruto nodded to that as it was true. Their manpower issue is still rather prevalent, and has no end in sight, in all honesty. Worse still, is that it will likely get worse in place of better, and he does not really know what to do about it just yet. Once news of the successful operation by the top legions reaches their fellows, no doubt legions like theirs will be in high demand once Azazel reveals that missions and requests can be made to specific legions via headquarters. A bonus revenue stream. That reminds Naruto that he should speak to Benemune to add ironclad rules regarding the First Legion's participation in such missions. Though, knowing her, she already has a system set up regarding any of the top players and working on some kind of vetting system or process to ensure that they were not walking into a trap. Pushing that aside, Naruto regarded his clearly lonely girlfriend he hadn't meant to leave alone for as long as she had and spoke softly. I will speak to Azazel, Benemune, and Yasaka later. Inform them that we need to take a step back for a bit for reorganization purposes. Give us some downtime for ourselves. Meeting his blue with her own, Ino asked hesitantly. Is that all right? Naruto snorted, waving her off as he replied. They'll have to be all right with it. My precious people come first, and they are aware of that fact. He smiled at her, gently taking up her hand from across the small table between them as he finished. So we can get some more time together. As an apology for leaving you alone, okay? Smiling back, Ino nodded and replied. Okay, that's fine then. He smiled and nodded as he moved to finish his food when she spoke again. And you can also tell me about how you fucked Shizuka. Naruto near enough choked on his food, coughing and wheezing as if he had just taken a Chidori to the chest, again, yet felt as her grip on his hand tightened like a vice. Clearing the rice grain that nearly killed him, supposedly, he looked upon the sweet smile of his girlfriend who asked. There is a good reason, right? It took a few moments for Naruto to calm his surprise and nerves about the question, not once breaking eye contact with his fiancée's own. Seeing as she asked, she knew, thus lying was counterintuitive for his continued existence. This obviously meant that coming clean was his only option. Plus, he's never liked keeping secrets from her, and cannot lie that well in just omitted details typically. So, after a breath, he began. Truthfully, Ino, I doubt I could explain it away. She nodded, and so Naruto continued. Though, seeing as you asked directly, I will give you the whole story as I really do not want to have any secrets between us. Ino sighed. She figured there was more to this story than just Shizuka. So, she removed her hold on his hand, but he caught it and made it more intimate and softly held hers within his. Her gaze moved from their intertwined grip up to his eyes that held love, lust, and warmth. With a breath, Ino nodded, and so Naruto began. You know about Samui, obviously, but there are a few recent additions, you could say. Upon her nod, grip tightening, he continued. Anko, before she left for her Sendai mission, the Inuzuka, when we went to aid the Nikomata, though Kiba hooked up with Suzu, the four-tailed vixen. Naruto figured seeing as he was putting everything on the table, Kiba should take some heat too. He is not going into the doghouse alone, that is for damn sure. Upon Ino's narrowing eyes, yeah, he ain't going alone, he mused before he continued. Then there was Samui again, after that whole thing with Sei and her condition. So Samui is now more than just a random hookup, huh? Apparently. Naruto confirmed with a nod, though Ino did not really hold it against her, she supposed. Though, they really should talk about this and set boundaries. She tuned back in as he continued. Then Shizuka was just prior to the operation we just launched. Caught me by surprise in my guest room at the Imperial Palace when I wanted to discuss the privacy card. Ino nodded but asked, anyone else? Even if it was just one time, or you are planning on betting, I should be aware of? No plans, none. Naruto confirmed that with the utmost seriousness, but when she rose a brow, he added as if an afterthought. Though I do have a past with Kurenai. It was a one-time thing, and none involved have any intention of speaking about it. That actually surprised Ino, never thinking that the Ice Queen and her baka of a fiancé had been at it. Hold up. Her eyes narrowed on the wording, and she asked sharply. You said? None involved. And not you too? Flinching at that, Naruto hesitated but revealed softly. Me, Kurenai, and Anko got a bit tipsy one time, and well, things happened. Yet you just said that Anko was a recent thing. That was not a lie. Naruto confirmed, before he clarified. Me and her had never had actual sex until recently. Like I said, just prior to the Sendai mission was our first time. Rubbing her brow, Ino realized what that meant and nodded. Her man is a man-whore who did not realize he was or just how much of a sex drive he has been maintaining. Yet, it does explain how well-versed he was in her body with such teachers like Anko and Kurenai. She does not know if she should thank them or rage at them, in all honesty. After a moment, figuring this was like ripping off a bandage, Ino asked, anyone else? Thinking on that for far longer than his fiancée felt comfortable about, Naruto reported. Well, Maki and Amano of the Wind Company have propositioned me, but I haven't replied to either. Haven't even spoken to them properly since we established the hidden shrine. Ino made a mental note to handle any medical issues Naruto ever develops personally to keep both said women from getting the chance. He continued. Shizuka might have told Ren, so she's probably going to pop up at some point. A fair guess and likely outcome, Ino supposed, seeing as the former queen spoke of the experience to her so openly, clearly unaware of her own connection to this fiancé of hers. Naruto then added, there is actually a cadre who wants to date me with the prospect of marriage. She what? Ino growled, but Naruto met her gaze dead on with a serious expression. After she had settled down, he explained. Her name is Katarina. Cadre leader of the 2nd Legion, the Dark Doves. She fell for her wrathful nature and has been upfront about her intentions. I made her no promises, nor did I give any information regarding our relationship as she is an outsider. As her folded legs bounced in irritation, Ino was forced to appreciate the fact that her idiot still makes boundaries regarding them and the other fallen. This, Katarina, is on the outside and not much of a threat to her, at the moment, knowing Naruto's personality and everything. It's only a matter of time before something happens. With that in mind, Ino knows she is his fiancée. Cheyenne his girlfriend, though, Samui should be counted among that too. In that ranking, she is too, and thus asked. So, what is your relationship with Anko now then? Friends with benefits. Naruto informed without delay or hesitation, telling Ino that's all there was to it, and could accept that. So, Anko is below Cheyenne and Samui, or perhaps off to the side. They won't have anything beyond occasional hookups, for now at least. Based off Shizuka's ramblings, she is a mistress at best, and not a contender in this race. The Inuzuka too have already acknowledged their place in the pecking order beneath her. Though if they are anything like Kiba, well, at least from what Sakura has told her about him, Ino suspects that they will be on the prowl for a second round any day now. Though, as the lead female, as they put it, they won't intrude in her territory. Looking back at her patiently waiting husband-to-be, Ino commented. No one else, right? Upon his negative headshake, she nodded and explained. You are aware that if this was anyone else sitting here, they would be absolutely furious and had stormed out, yes? Naruto nodded, though was equally fearful of this picture of total calm and serenity that was Ino. It did not compute right now, and his shinobi instincts were blaring that there was something he was missing. After a breath, Ino sat forward as her legs unfolded while she informed. In that case, as your fiancé, I am putting in some ground rules and they are non-negotiable. I trust that you will abide by them, as I am being far more gracious than I have any right to be, am I clear? He nodded furiously, and as much as she wanted to grin, Ino kept a blank face as she stared into those deep blues of his. After a long pause she added, Firstly, I always get priority. Secondly, I am your first wife and that is a fact. I did the paperwork and filed it in with the others. In fact, I have been just as long as the others. So, we have to decide on a family name at some point. Naruto showed his surprise, but they were both great news and so nodded, but her expression remained stern as she continued. You will affix our family crest to all your uniforms from now on. You are mine and I want everyone who knows that to be reminded of that fact. Again, he nodded, so Ino continued. I understand information control is very important, more so for ourselves, and as our leader many people will try target me to get to you. However, I want you to make a ring for us both. When home, I always expect it on your finger. Naruto nodded, that was fair, and so she added. Our children are the only ones who I will teach my clan techniques to and bear our name. I am not ignorant of the fact you are going to have a few outside our marriage, but I want to ensure that our children are not forgotten. I would never dream of that, he informed sternly, and Ino nodded, knowing that, but she wanted it to be spoken aloud and thus continued her list. Any mistresses will have to be vetted by me and me alone. You will not interfere at all with this process or even be present. Swallowing nervously, Naruto inquired. But outside the shrine you will be. Idiot husband. Ino quipped, glaring at him to silence the stupid question as she informed. Obviously, they must be trusted enough to enter into the shrine before I even consider them, idiot. Naruto nodded, that was a reasonable benchmark and meant he had to pre-vet them anyway. His wife will be safe in that case. I will be forgiven for any transgressions and allowed to pinch your secret stash. Ino informed and Naruto growled. Within reason. She chuckled mirthfully. Her wink was enough to pacify him, but Ino added. Lastly, I want at least 2 full days with just us and plenty of dates. I want this marriage to mean that we are together and never have to fight for your love or attention. It should be mine anyway, so I want to enjoy it. Ino trailed off softly at the end, and he simply got up and pulled her up out of her seat to bring her into a loving hug. After a good few moments, Naruto whispered, Inohime, you are my wife. She felt his heartbeat quicken when he said wife, and could feel his joy at that fact, which set her at ease within this embrace as he added softly. From now until forever, that will not change. You promise, right? Of a lifetime. Naruto confirmed with his expected determination, and finally, Ino relaxed fully into her husband's presence and mind like always. As their thoughts intermingle again after so long, she feels his calculations regarding that hussy who proposed to him, and realized he was planning something. He always was these days, and prodded telepathically. Show me, too. What are you planning? Smiling physically and intellectually, Naruto showed his thoughts regarding Katarina and an idea that was forming. Ino's metaphorical eyebrows shot up at that, whispered mentally back. You think she would accept that? Being a red herring like that? She's lonely, Ino. Naruto replied softly, and she nodded. Feeling the emotions of that night, he sat down with the female cadre and could tell that her husband had connected with her. He did reveal a secret that most, seems that heaven has discovered it too. Half-brother, huh? That aside, Ino focused on this plan he was contemplating and asked. She will want something in return for her help. You know that, right? Naruto tightened his hold on his wife in acknowledgement of that fact, and she hummed mentally and listened as he answered. Likely the whole marriage thing. Probably kids too, but that might work to our advantage as well. Ino nodded into his chest, taking a deep breath in through her nose and recommitting his smell to memory once more before she whispered. But we should let her propose that. She will be more accepting of it than if we do. More committed to the role and idea. Yeah. I know. Naruto murmured physically this time. For a while though, he just enjoyed holding his wife to his form and this moment of tranquility that they were experiencing. Unfortunately, this was broken when he felt her panic and push back against him, suddenly drawing his eyes back to hers as she peeked up and captured his lips. This successfully distracted him from her wondering thoughts about something she had been meaning to discuss with him. Before that though, she wants to claim him one more time like they normally did before he starts treating her like glass. As such, Ino grabbed his groin gently, and he responded as she knew he would. When they pulled apart slightly, she whispered, "You aren't getting any sleep today, you know that, right?" With a soft chuckle, Naruto whispered gently, "That makes two of us then." Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, medical wing. With a certain glow about her, Sakura entered her domain of command to find her Suna counterpart standing over the bandaged Tenten. Despite their initial greetings during the Chunin exams, the Pinkette is friendly with her fellow healer, and the two have been colleagues for some time at this point, so she called out, Amino-chan, how's she look?" Amino was a tall, fair-skinned kunoichi of the Wind Company and was, in many ways, Sakura's counterpart, seeing as she had studied under Elder Chio for a time as she did with Lady Tsunade. Her long dark brown hair frames her face, the rest in a professional ponytail, and secured in a pink band. Like the other companies of the Nightwings, the Wind contingent adopted the late village's insignia as its crest, and thus, on the right side of her collared, sleeveless medical gown it sat stitched in red. Today, she has an orange sash securing it around her waist, beneath the doctor's coat, and wearing the standard Nightwing trousers and sandals. Her notable eyelashes covered her light brown eyes that were staring at the chart in hand as to ignore the ogling kids, even if one seemed to be trying to be discreet, and instead Amino answered her boss's question. "Well, Tenten-san's going to be out of action for at least 2 weeks, Sakura-chan. These breaks are pretty messy." As the similarly dressed former Leaf Kunoichi stops beside her, peering down at the same chart, Sakura nodded as she replied, "It does look that way, huh? We'll likely need rehabilitation and physiotherapy for that arm too, if she wants to get that aim of hers back." "What could have caught her off guard so badly?" Amino asked, glancing to her friend, and Sakura shrugged, then replied, "Hell if I know. Must have been a pretty powerful opponent to get one up on her." Nodding, Amino inquired, "Have the mission reports come in yet?" With a light chuckle, Sakura waved her off as she commented, "Nah, none of the boys have come out of their ladies' arms since they got back. Doubt they will be done any time before tonight." Nodding meekly this time, Amino asked, "Then, is Naruto-sama back now too?" With a roll of her eyes, Sakura snipped, "He better. If I have to sit through another night with the third wheel, I will throttle him." Crossing her arms and glaring at nothing in particular, getting a snort from Hana appearing from the office. Light green hardened and glared at the Inuzuka, who chuckled as she added, "Oh please, from what I heard. You may be my sister-in-law, but I will still smack you." Sakura griped, glaring at the older woman, who rose a brow as her hands fell on her hips with a fanged grin. Both ladies were broken from said glaring when a careful voice spoke up. Excuse me." Both looked to the hesitant human woman, twirling a finger around her long brown hair as Mickey asked, "Perhaps I can help?" All three conscious kunoichi rose a single brow in unison, and she nodded before calling upon her sacred gear, a set of silver rings, as she explained. "They are called Twilight Healing. They are capable of—" "I heard about those from little Asia-chan," Sakura commented, eyeing them up, and caused Mickey to blink at that. Hana nodded, also observing them, as she added, "Oh yeah? From what I understood, she wanted to learn how to heal better, but we didn't have the alliance we do now." Looking between them all, Mickey asked carefully. You know of another user of Twilight Healing? All three women nod, Sakura explained. She was entrusted to us after the devils targeted her. Gabriel escorted her here until the treaty was signed and we returned her once the cathedral was set up in town. Oh my, how terrible! Mickey gasped, and they all nodded, Amino offered. Although we struggled to communicate as she doesn't speak Japanese, she was so innocent it was hard to not try mother her. The other two nodded to that, but this confused the former heroine and thus, Mickey asked. But you are angels. Don't you speak all languages? They all share looks before they all looked to Sakura, who rose a pink brow for a moment before sighing and looking to the human, she explained. It's a long story, that is technically classified. But no, we do not have the ability to speak all languages. Even Goru, standing far back beside his son and friend, rose a stiff brow to that information. Sure, they do not act like typical fallen he has come across, but such a basic skill that most supernatural beings have they do not. Something is seriously going on here. Hana, though, suddenly spoke up. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Drawing all eyes to her, as she chuckled lightly and explained. The reaction of the command staff when they heard the story. She shook her head and chuckled harder, though Hana did elaborate. At present, there are at least 6 different assault plans on the House of Astaroth, the house the devil that attack her belonged to, and honestly, if those guys upstairs give us the go-ahead, we'll be deployed within moments. Sakura and Amino sighed at that. The pinkette shook her head as she mumbled. Of course we would be. Those guys are bleeding hearts. Goru stepped up beside his wife as he asked. Why would they bother? Hana regarded the man critically for a long time. Her frown was tight as she had heard of this man's rudeness but answered sharply. From what we've heard, the heir to that house has been targeting sisters of the church specifically, and after they get excommunicated, he approaches them with an offer they can't really refuse. With a nod, Goru asked. Then you'd get them out? Pretty much. All three kunoichi informed with a nod, no hesitation or doubt in the statement, as if it is already a fact in a history class. Underworld, Satan meeting chamber. All 4 Satans had been waiting impatiently for these reports laid out before them. However, it has become clear that what they held was barely scratching the surface of what actually occurred. It was clear that the major attack happened on the island of Hokkaido. However, the scattered reports that made it back to them and now lay dotted about the desk between them made no mention of the Nightwings or their movements. They knew they were there, being part of the group that left Kyoto, but they were not listed at all. There was a small mention in one of the reports of a shadowy figure taking out a whole squad of rogue priests, but that could have been anyone as it does not line up with anything they know about them. With a grunt, Ajuka commented. There's mention of the 5th Legion's push from the north, the raids on the eastern front by the 4th and 6th, even scattered mentions of the 2nd and 3rd. Nothing on the 1st. Falbium finished, and the green-haired Satan let out a tired sigh, slumping back into his seat. Surzex then added, Well, I suspect that the large number of our killed familiars is why we have so little information. They were probably targeted specifically. Falbium offered, getting a nod from the red-headed Satan, who frowned at the news. Seraphal commented, We probably shouldn't use them in such a manner, if we think that they are present. I agree. Surzex reported with a nod, picking up another report from a fisherman out at sea, and then added, According to this, the sky opened up and a lightning blast like nothing before hit the mountain or something. Is it trustworthy? Ajuka asked lazily and got a tight frown from his friend, who dropped the report then sighed. After a few moments of silence, Surzex turned on the only female present and asked, I do not think I have asked yet, but what did the Alliance say regarding meeting with us? Seraphal's purple met his blue as she blinked, only now recalling she never did inform them, and she announced, They can see us in 3 days. No sooner. Resting a finger on his chin, Surzex nodded, as they probably have a lot to figure out regarding that operation they just launched. So, 3 days means that they have a chance to rein in their own forces. After a moment, he looked up and saw all eyes were on him as he informed. We need to get a hold on our people, and quickly. Seeing their nods, he continued. You saw it back in that meeting, right? How little control we actually have over them. Yeah, kinda hard not to. Ichiraku replied haphazardly, though the other two nodded their agreement and the tight frown on Surzex's face that they unknowingly matched. It was a tough pill to swallow, but they had to, and thus, the redhead voiced. Besides the investigations of both the Astaroth and Iberius, are any other of our house's points of concern? The Phoenix could, based off what we know of their youngest son. Seraphal informed and got nods from the men present. Surzex informed tightly. We should watch them closely too. Then again, I think we all agree that Zekrom will likely be our biggest problem if he chooses to be. Without a doubt. Ichiraku and Falbium spoke in unison. Seraphal just nodded as she posed. How are we going to handle that? That was the question they needed to answer themselves, and, in all honesty, they did not know how to do so. Then again, how can they dislodge the leader of the council in case he turns out to have his own plans? He most definitely has his own plans. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower. Naruto was running his fingers through his wife's long flowing platinum hair with strands of shimmering silver within. She was panting as she remained atop him, curled into his bare chest, and could feel the warmth of his sea deep within. After nearly a minute of this, Ino whispered, I really needed this. With a hum, Naruto returned softly. You and me both. Finally lifting up, Ino finds her lips captured by her husband, as he leaned up while cupping her bare breasts, and kneaded the perky mounds. She moaned as he began playing with her erect nipples and whined lowly into their make-out session. Naru! That fell off into a louder moan when he began to thrust again, sending shuddering pleasure up his wife's spine, and finally, he released her lips. Naruto was about to roll her over, but thankfully Ino was mentally coherent enough to make a plan, thus she spoke telepathically. Hun, the shower, let's go to the shower. With a mental chuckle, he pulled her up against his chest. While still buried to the hilt within his wife, Naruto carried her to the bathroom as he whispered physically. Another one of your plans, huh? She kissed up his neck, secured her legs around his waist as she whispered back mentally. After those 4 rounds, we should mix it up, no? Or you just want to get me wet? Naruto countered, and he immediately found her walls constrict around his dick, as if vices. She huffed mentally, while nipping on his ear before she whispered lustily. Like you don't want me to be? The water was turned on before Ino finds herself pressed up against the wall, but grounding against his rod buried inside her. They make out for a long moment, which was broken by his thrust, that forced her entire body to lift, and a groan from throat. Both her breasts were being fondled now, and he was not leaving any part of her untouched. Ino did not care about her moan's volume echoing through the water and off the walls, nor the fact that it felt that her man was refusing to take it easy on her. She had just orgasmed again, and he was all hers. Naruto pulled back from giving her yet another hickey and captured her lips while pinching her nipples and hearing her moan into his mouth as their tongues battled it out once more. He loved this woman, every single inch of her, and hopes she understands that fact. Regardless of the others, she has his love primarily, and that will not change with their presence. Han! Ino whispered mentally, feeling the biggest one yet building up, and it was kinda scary in all honesty. Pulling back and resting his head against hers, Naruto whispered physically. Go on. I know you want to. With their eyes locked, lust ruling their gazes as she rose and fell with his thrusts, Ino bit her lip just as she peeked once more, and her whole body shuddered in response. She cried out in pleasure as she clenched on his dick that he had in her pussy's depths, but what made her truly climax was feeling him thrust several times as he too finished. Naruto grunted as he unloaded again. It caught him off guard when she constricted on him as hard as she did, and he had not stopped thrusting. Damn, that was something. Beneath the falling water, their heated breaths intertwined as slowly they both come down from another high they gave the other, and their eyes slowly opened once again to regard the other. They both had matching smiles of sultry intent as they locked lips, but this was tender in place of the hunger they've shared up until this point. Some time later they parted as she whispered. That was something else, huh? It was. Naruto confirmed as they still rest their foreheads against one another, though he did push aside some of her drenched platinum hair, placing it behind her ears softly, and she smiled at that. As they were panting still, Ino whispered mentally again. You know, I was starting to worry that you didn't want me anymore. Naruto's face got incredibly serious, but she interrupted him as she added smoothly. I know I was being silly. I know how much you love me, Baka. She giggled at the end, and she felt him relax again at the sound. Though, he also looked more than a little concerned. So, she used the fact her arms were around his neck to pull him into a searing kiss again to put him at ease finally. Though Ino was swiftly reminded that she was still impaled upon his dick as she felt him rising back up and grinned into their kissing session before grinding abruptly. Just as suddenly, he pulled back with a brow raised, but she maintained her act while smirking with a bit lip. Damn, that was so damn sexy, and just as he was about to respond, both got a mental ping snapping them out of their planning. Scowling something fierce, Ino growled. Someone better be dying, Shika! Though they also could feel his irritation through the link, so were somewhat pacified when Shikamaru griped. You and me both, but apparently the other Legion commanders are requesting permission to. Denied. Naruto reported promptly and the Nara grunted, Shikamaru informed. Azazel isn't leaving me alone as he can't get. Tell him to go fuck himself. Ino griped, glaring at nothing and so fucking done with this. She was about to get railed by her man again, and no fucking body is getting in her way of this plan. They felt their friends groan. Clearly, he was on the phone with the governor, which was his mistake, should have turned it off or left it on silent. That's what they did. Again, Shikamaru growled. Look, they want to come meet you and… hang up the phone and ignore them. Naruto ordered candidly, as his hands flowed down to Ino's ass in preparation for the upcoming session, and she met his gaze with a knowing smirk. He finished. And warn them that I will respond with lethal force if my warning was ignored. When the Nara grunted, Ino finished as she began to sway her hips. I'm hanging up, Shika. We're busy. They didn't hear whatever he said as she did just that, and immediately, she groaned as he pushed in hard, his fingers gripping into her perfectly toned ass. Yet again, however, the sound of a soft chime interrupted them, and Ino was damn right furious now, as she growled. Sakura, you better not be serious right now. They both felt the medic flinch from the harsh tone, but Sakura managed to stammer out. Well, Sei is here asking for Naruto, and I have Benamion on the phone asking for him too. Ino growled so threateningly, it turned Naruto on something fierce that caused it to fall off and her to bite her tongue to not make a noise mentally. He suddenly got a lot harder inside her, but she pushed that aside as she tried to keep a level mental tone. Sakura, right now, I am spending my day off with my man. We have not seen each other in. A gong sounded, and now the mood was fully ruined as Choji's voice echoed. Ino. I got a call from Azazel. I'm gonna kill him. Ino hissed to both and got a flinch from them both. Naruto though added. It's been a while since I used a Rasengan on someone. Both telepathic connections shuddered, not realizing that Naruto was also listening in as Sakura asked. Naruto. How are you? We'll be there soon. Ino snipped, cutting her friend off, and was absolutely livid right now as she cut the lines. Though as she finally put her legs down, they were unable to support her weight, but thankfully, her husband caught her. With a knowing chuckle, an equally knowing grin, Naruto asked innocently. Oh, seems you need a hand. She scowled at him. Ino knows just how hard her husband fucked her, but did not think her legs would rebel like this, despite its common occurrence after their love-making. Okay, this was a rutting session unlike their previous ones, but still. She is a proud kunoichi, damn it, and can barely handle the insane amount of pleasure her man gives her? With a sigh, Naruto lifts her, bridal style, and she grabs a set of towels from the side as they pass. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, transfer circle room. Naruto, Gunma, and Shikamaru were leaning against the wall by the door in the basement of the Kage Tower, all in basic warfare loadouts and with murderously blank faces. Though, That was nothing compared to their ladies ahead of them on the edge of the circle etched into the stone. Ino, Kurenai, and Temari all looked absolutely furious, death-given form, at their time with their men being interrupted equally. It was not even midday yet, and already their downtime has been interrupted, again. The door opens again and in step Kuratsuchi and Chojuro, having been called to this dressing down of the faction leaders. Once they leaned on the opposite side of the door to the three men, the privacy seal activated, and now only the matching military beat of the three furious kunoichi could be heard. 10 seconds later the magic circle began to glow, and was given clearance to connect. 5 seconds later, the fallen cadres, Azazel, and Yasaka, along with Michael had appeared in the room. Before any could speak, the killing intent of all three kunoichi smacked into them and forced silence. As the senior of the three, rank-wise, Temari spoke for the trio with an arctic glare. "We are not happy with any of you right now." Many gulps were had from the sheer amount of ice that held, but she did not stop. "Not even a few hours after they got back, you are requesting their presence again. What the actual fuck?" "Actually," Artur tried, but the three glared at him and forced even him to silence as Temari snipped. "This is not a negotiation. Nada, we just need a minute. Or even just one thing. But rather us telling and you listening. Understood?" Azazel raised a hand as if in class but was ignored as the Wind Commander continued. "We just got off a full-on operation, not even 6 hours ago, and as such, we require downtime. This is not up for discussion, nor debate. This is what is happening, you are to deal with it until we call you back. Got it?" She hissed the last bit, and they all felt forced to nod, though also noticed the cold eyes from the other Nightwings in attendance, nearly hidden within the darkness that covered the walls of this place. Most suspected if not for their enhanced sight, they would not have noticed the shadowy figures. Clearing his throat, Azazel offered hesitantly. "Well, you see, I said I was coming after. I also said authorized personnel only, Azazel." Naruto reported from within the darkness, his glare arctic blue as he looked over at the others of the group with that same frigidness. Even Benamiun and Katarina gulped under it as he added. "The Kitsune aside, the only other ones on that list are Benamiun and Baraquil, if I am not mistaken." With a sigh, Azazel nodded but Michael spoke up, still unable to tell where they are exactly. I know I was uninvited but we have a request for you, Naruto. It is rather uniquely suited to you." Yet Ino retorted. "It will have to wait until tomorrow, at the earliest." Her eyes were just as frigid as her man's, arms folded, and was in her, very rarely worn Nightwing uniform too. Though, her insignia had been modified slightly as it has twin bush clovers wrapped around the knife. A subsection within the Nightwings, perhaps? Though a few also noticed that her upper arm patches were matching with Naruto's. Upon closer inspection, Temari's patches matched with Shikamaru, and this unknown matched with Genma's and thus were trying to make the connection. With a tight nod, Michael offered. "In that case, I shall leave it until then." Katarina though looked at the unknown blonde and asked, "May I ask whom you are?" Ino regarded her for a moment, but before she replied, Naruto did from the darkness of the room. "That is of no concern, Katarina. She is a Nightwing captain, and this meeting is over." A flash of recognition discreetly passed Ino's face that was missed by the outsiders, as Katarina, unused to his cold tone, was more concerned about further irritating her pupsic, thus just nodded and remained silent. Though she did notice the red-eyed woman glaring at them too and was somewhat curious about her, not seeing her before. She was obviously a Nightwing too, her uniform is just as immaculate as the others and had her curious. Maybe this is why Pupsic is okay with hers too then. Clearing his throat, drawing eyes to him, Azazel asked. "I'll drop everyone back but don't return until we call you." Temari hissed, crossed arms tightening and foot still tapping a military beat out of irritation. Azazel knew it was best not to antagonize this particular woman, though he was also aware of just how dangerous this trio were, well, the stories at least. Taking a breath, he nodded calmly but with the killing intent falling off, the original fallen seraph detected something. After a blink, a second later it hit him rather violently at the inklings of every Nightwing beside the cadre and the swordsman at the back. With eyes widened in surprise, Azazel suddenly muttered, Oh, I see. The collective killing intent smacked him like a physical gut punch, throat choked, and a blade held to his neck as Tamari's arctic voice greeted his ears. Perhaps you have grown tired of breathing again, Azazel. Should I aid you in breaking that habit? No, not at all, we shall go now. Azazel squeaked, then informed, nodding frantically even as the intent continued to climb and the magic at their feet activated. The transfer circle illuminated slowly, until it was glowing brightly. After a moment, he offered a cheeky wave as the killing intent spiked, before he and the others vanished. After a moment, a snort from Kuratsuchi caught everyone's attention as she offered. Wimps! The lot of them! She shook her head in mirth. All three women twirl on her with the same arctic glare, causing the cadre to fall to silence. Underworld, Satan's meeting chamber. The double doors for the chamber abruptly opened, drawing the Satan's attention to find the ladies of Gremory, Agar's, Phoenix, and Citri houses coming in, guided by Graphia. Confusion on the four sitting leaders' faces, especially the two whose mothers were there, and at the fact that they were visiting them at work, without an appointment. Seraphal broke the silence first, with a squeak before she muttered, Mother? What are you? Yet her mother waved her off, Lady Citri informed. Pipe down, dear. We have a bit of a, situation that we are handling. All the Satans besides Seraphal raised a brow, thus Venelana explained. We have recently learned that Little Riser escaped to the human world last night. A dreadful feeling sprung up from deep within when Serzex asked hesitantly, I do not suppose you know where, exactly, he went? All eyes looked to Lady Phoenix. Her cheeks were blotchy, and eyes still bloodshot as she whispered. We think he heard my husband and I discussed the events at the council meeting last night. When we checked this morning, neither my baby boy nor his queen were anywhere to be found. The ladies of the houses held no ill will against their children, and leaders unified face palms at the stupidity of this problem. With a low growl, Seraphal grumbled. That foolish boy. If he did go to Hokkaido, he's either captured or dead. Falbium revealed sternly, ignoring the boy's mother beginning to tear up again at his words, but honestly, it was his own doing. With a nod, Serzex responded. Most certainly, though. I think he is still alive and in custody. Assuming that is, Cadre Naruto or his forces encountered him first. That is a big assumption, Crimson. Ajuka offered and the man in question shrugged, Serzex reported. Seeing as he did not strike down Graphia, it is unlikely that he would order the death of a lone devil acting on his own merit. Plus, if we assume again that his forces are the kidnappers, then they likely have the ability to subdue him without much fuss. Falbium finished, getting a nod from his red-headed friend. After a moment of thought, Seraphal asked, Then, should we send a messenger to ask the Yukai or the Grigori for his fate? A good question, but Falbium offered back. It was an alliance operation. He is likely going to be held by the Yukai in Kyoto, assuming he is still alive, that is. With a heavy sigh, that did not fit her diminutive size, Seraphal nodded and informed. Then I shall. Era, Sarachan. No need. Venelana cut in over the child of her friend and house, drawing all eyes to her gentle gaze. With a brow arched, Seraphal was about to ask when the older devil reported. In fact, we have all decided to handle this problem with the Alliance directly. Bewildered by the statement, Serzex reported. You cannot be serious, Mother. Oh, but we are, Serzex. Venelana responded casually, her fellow ladies nodding in agreement. Lady Phoenix then added, I must go and see if I can apologize for my son's stupidity in this endeavor. Lady Isaka is a reasonable, respectful woman and a fellow mother, so she can likely understand my position here. With a confused nod, Seraphal remarked. She is normally. However, the Alliance is all currently in Kyoto. There is no telling what she will. We also have a proposal to offer, Lady Agars added, getting a nod from Venelana, and that confused the four leaders. Serzex asked carefully. A proposal? For what, exactly? Do not fret, Sirs. Venelana replied softly with a light smile. Though, Falbium asked next. How many guards are you taking? With a finger on her chin, looking skyward, Venelana offered calmly. Well, originally, I would have taken Grafia, but seeing as she is not exactly a welcomed sight. She offered a light glare on her son, who chuckled nervously as he now realized his mother was not happy with him on that particular decision of his, but listened as she continued. And knowing that you would not allow us to go alone. The Satans all nodded to that, though Seraphol informed. I shall gather up a few others and escort you I have decided that my nephew Serorg. He and his peerage will assume my guard position. Venelana continued, speaking over the younger devil who holds the seat of Leviathan, pretending to not hear her as she added. Though I do believe Lady Phoenix intends on bringing little Ravel with her. That is suicide. Sirs declared sharply, only to recoil from his mother's raised brow at him, then gulp when she narrowed her eyes at him. After a moment he offered at a far politer volume, and with more respect in his tone. Mother, that is an incredibly dangerous move to play right now. We have no idea how they will respond to your presence. He is right, Lady Gremory. Ajuka informed with a nod. Falbium followed up. At current, we believe that the Grigori, Heaven, and Norse also have a heavy presence there right now. Your unannounced arrival will likely not be too well received. Who said anything about going unannounced? Venelana asked, brow arched and hands on hip. The Satans all share glances, not recalling her actually claim otherwise, but Lady Agars added. We are ladies of nobility, children. Our manners are refined, thus allow us to handle this somewhat turbulent situation. Before they could object, Venelana informed. Besides, Sirs, this was not us asking permission, but rather us being courteous and letting you know before we leave. Raising to his feet, Sirs replied. But, mother, this is not. Do you think me weak, Sirs? Venelana asked firmly, but with a smile that caused her son to gulp as he shook his head. Only after the motion, she nodded and explained. From what Rias and her friends have informed us is that this Cadre Namikaze is a reasonable man. Her son shifted uncomfortably under her stern motherly stare as she added. Despite your rather crude actions against him. If the situation was reversed, I doubt any house, let alone you yourself, would have been so lenient in to let the offender off with a warning. No devil could disagree, and thus Venelana continued. And so, before you and all you big oafs cause a bigger mess, we shall try our far more refined methods. After all, brute force will not work in this situation, so you nor the council efforts will be of much use. After some moments of thought, Falbium enforced. I will concede that our methods have been ill-effective, however, due to your respective stations I will insist on you taking even a light guard. Regarding the Satan of military affairs for a moment, Lady Phoenix informed. Very well, tell my son that we leave in an hour and not to keep me waiting. Upon the man's nod, Lady Citri posed. I suppose it would be prudent to bring along my daughter and her party. She is under their protection and thus known not to be a threat. Seraphol stiffened and began to fidget at the prospect of her Sotan being in that level of danger, but dared not contradict her mother right now. The amount of mother energy she was releasing right now was really unnerving the Satan of diplomatic relations. With a soft yet elegant sigh, Venelana offered airily. If that is the case, then no doubt my Rias would not want to be left behind. Honestly, that girl can be so stubborn, so much like her father and brother at times. That final statement halted Sirs, his rejection killed on conception and murdered in his throat under the side eye his mother gave him. With a sigh as her cheek fell into her palm, Lady Agars spoke softly. Then, my baby girl too then. Keep the theme of the new kings together. Despite what I told them to stay clear as well. Venelana sighed as she recalled her firm foot down about staying clear of these new fallen angels. Well, it could be a lesson on the softer approach and under her very stern oversight, so her daughter might just learn a thing or two. The added benefit of spending some quality mother-daughter time together in the human realm, and among the culture that has enamored her daughter so thoroughly. Maybe even offer a few tips on their shared power if the worst case comes true. Though Venelana doubts that, and so she finished. Well, we will be off now. Take care of the council while we are away. With that, all the ladies turn about and leave as elegantly as they entered. None of the Satans could really say anything, even if two really wanted to, but their mothers are scary when angered. They had their positions and reputations to think of here. Though a part of Surzex was relieved by the fact that the diplomatic side of their problems was being handled by his mother, which meant that they could indeed focus on internal matters. They need to bring the council to heel, or more accurately. Clearing his throat, drawing all his friends' attention upon his suddenly motivated frame, Surzex informed. As apprehensive as I am about leaving this to my mother, she does have a good point. Our normal tactics are not working. However, I believe it is largely due to the disconnect and lack of control we have over the council. Or more acutely, Zikram Baal. Ajuka informed and got a nod from his crimson-haired friend. After a moment, he added, So, we have to rein in our faction and enforce stronger rules and regulations on our people. Again, Surzex nodded and got a sharp inhale from Falbium, who commented, That is going to be an arduous task, Surzex. Even with the military aiding you, plus the no doubt pushback from the senior houses. We cannot overlook the old faction either. Serafal added to the mix. But Surzex looked unfazed as he stated, We have little choice. Even if my mother is successful, it will not mean much considering our recent track record. Ajuka nodded, Serafal grimaced, and Falbium grunted before he added, As true as that may be, there is merit to this, as we can probably bring out the troublemakers during these reforms. Astaroth and Nibirius come to mind. With a heavy sigh, Ajuka informed, Allow me to deal with the Astaroth. I feel that it is my responsibility, since it is my nephew that is causing such chaos. Speaking of which, he turned on Serafal before he asked, Any word on his return or charges? Shaking her head, Serafal replied, Unfortunately, nothing from heaven or the church. Though, considering what we now know regarding their alliance, I shall push for correspondence. The last thing we need is to invite a strike like that on us. They all nodded to her deductions. Falbium then added, In all honesty, that is likely going to either make the houses more receptive or problematic to our decisions. With a light chuckle, Ajuka broke from his thoughtful internal deliberations as he informed, That is a drastic understatement of their reactions. Even without the Baal, Glaciolabelas and Gamagen, maybe even the Visego will cause more issues. With a heavy sigh, as if deflating into his seat, Surzex mumbled, Well, at least we have the Agars, Citri, and my own Gremory as a good starting point. Falbium interjected, I will see what I can do about Glaciolabelas. Some might see it as favoritism, but we have little choice or we risk losing far more than just political power. Surzex hums as he pondered that, before Serafal added, Won't Baal just claim we are overreaching? Without a doubt. Ajuka informed with a stiff nod. That would be obvious to anyone with a functional sense of that old man. Instead, what was worrying the green-haired Satan, he offered. I am more concerned with the old faction. They have been unusually meek in the face of this new threat. The other three sigh heavily at that fact being pointed out, as they all indeed were concerned by that. What are they up to? Kyoto, Imperial Palace. That was most unpleasant. Yasaka commented as she sat in her office back in the Imperial Palace. The others who were just burned off by the Nightwings have gathered up along with Raphael and Sei, who returned moments ago, having been informed by Sakura that she could not be seen today. With a light frown, Michael offered, I am sure there was a good reason for it. They are not normally that aggressive. It is somewhat confusing. Benjamin offered back softly but noticed the distant look on Azazel's face, and thus asked, Azazel-sama, you seem to be taking that rather well. This brought him to the attention of the others and the man in question out of his thoughts. Azazel glanced around at all the expectant faces and nodded before he explained. Well, in all honesty, it makes sense, actually. This got raised brows by all, causing him to chuckle lightly while folding his arms as he informed. Remember during that breakfast we shared, Benjamin? When they spoke about that technique of theirs? Benjamin and Katerina both nod, recalling that as the addressed responded. About how it drew from their subconscious, and so they can't use it. How does that explain anything? Nodding himself, Azazel reported. Which means that they chose not act like fallen. Not that they are not fallen. Katerina informed with dawning realization playing across her face. The other fallen soon follow her as Azazel smirked and nodded, looking to those not of his faction, and informed. The Nightwings are still fallen angels down to their core. Meaning everything we are, they are too. Yasaka and Michael nod to that, though they too were beginning to understand somewhat as the governor continued. However, they all chose not to act on our nature and be better, be a shining example of what we can do when we strive for better. However, they still have that nature and, metaphorically speaking, it builds up over time. So, when they reach home, they let it out. Raphael surmised and Azazel nodded, then explained further. It is likely why they insist on a day or two off after any operation beyond their home. To work out any excessive stress in a constructive way to maintain their pose around others and be who we know them to be. Admiral. Michael offered calmly, nodding in understanding that these children have risen above their nature and managing it in a far more positive way than their fellows. Yasaka then posed. So then, our arrival probably meant that they were frustrated and were not restraining themselves. Chuckling, Azazel shook his head and explained. It was the intent they were throwing at us that clued me in. Again, eyebrows raised, and so he elaborated. None of you were thinking about trying to detect your surroundings, as the intent was smothering your senses. I suspect that if you had bothered to take a good sniff, Lady Yasaka, you would have noticed it too. Azazel chuckled at the end, and the QB had a realization cross her features. He was right, the intent was so smothering, Yasaka hadn't bothered to even smell, as it was somewhat overwhelming. Plus, the males were all at the back and she would have smelled them far easier if they were closer. With a face palm, Yasaka muttered. They were all in heat then? Explains why they were so on edge. Sei gained a slight flush to her cheeks, thinking about how close she was to an in-heat Naruto, and had no idea. Katerina was of the same mindset, though she had not really been too well versed in that sort of thing, as her sin is wrath not lust, like most her kin. With a nod, Azazel informed. All but Kuratsuchi and the guy at her side, yeah? Just be glad we did not make any further moves against them, and they switched from lust to wrath, as that might be a bit much for us to handle. Though he glanced at Barakweel, who nodded then added. Pride or envy might be bad too. After giving it some thought, Benjamin offered. But the others are likely unaffected, right? It would likely be only the ones who took part in combat recently. I met with Sakura, and she was perfectly fine. Sei informed and got nods from the others, though Azazel mentioned. They will be fine and back to normal by tomorrow, I suspect. Just that right now, they are going to be incredibly irritable and short-tempered. If we need them, call upon the lower members. Like Ko. Yasaka realized and got a nod from the governor. Azazel added. I think Kuratsuchi would be fine too, probably the best one to call upon, now that I think about it. Seeing as the other commanders are all effectively incapacitated. So, to clarify. Michael began, drawing eyes to him and seeing his finger clasping his chin. Upon his fallen brother's nod, he asked. The Nightwings still have the common fallen instincts of sin. However, unlike most, they only act upon it in private and within their own relationships. Am I missing anything? With a grin, Azazel informed with a nod. Exactly. From what I know, they have internal marriages, and as such, they likely aim their lust towards their partners, and the same in reverse. They consider themselves a military force, thus, there is an order and structure to these things. Probably just as convoluted and chaotic too. Benjamin mused aloud and got a chuckle from her boss and Yasaka. Though Michael was even more thoughtful, as he had noticed something else, and was in thought about a problem brought to Heaven's attention. He was snapped out of it when Yasaka commented. Well, I think we should offer to officially recognize these marriages. See if we can give them some respect by acknowledging them properly. Oblivious to her true intentions, Azazel nodded and offered. Perhaps. I wonder how safe they will feel about considering it. Information security will become increasingly prudent considering their oncoming population boom. Michael offered the room distractedly. He was still trying to recall his faction's stance on Born Fallen and their lack of original sin. He was blissfully unaware of the stunned disbelief his statement had elicited among the others present. The silence dragged on for a full minute before he looked up and saw the confused, bewildered, and disbelieving faces staring back at him. After a moment, Michael asked, "Is something the matter?" "Population boom?" Azazel asked, brow arched, arms crossed and leaning on his right foot while maintaining a very stern expression upon his brother. After a moment, Michael inclined his head and informed. "The 3 female Nightwings were all expecting. Did you not sense the flickers of secondary life coming from them, Azazel?" "Clearly I hadn't." Azazel muttered lowly, though Benjamin was running the numbers at the chances of 3 different fallen, she muttered. "That makes very little sense. The chances are so. They are reincarnated humans," Raphael commented slowly, catching on to Benjamin's wavelength, and a second dawning of comprehension began to form. But before they got out of hand, Azazel cut in here. "Before you all get crazy ideas about this." His deathly serious tone drew everyone from their thoughts and pondering, back on his equally serious face as he ordered. "None are to speak of this. I will investigate this personally, so keep this to yourselves." Everyone was forced to nod at that, but Benjamin asked, "How do you plan on doing that?" Glancing to her with a sharp side eye, Azazel informed. "There is an angle I can work. She owes me a favor after all." Blinking at that, the other cadres all recalled the angriest angle, and realized none have seen her recently. Benjamin thus asked, "You mean Sakaria-chan? She's with the Nightwings?" "Yeah, she is. For a little while now," Azazel informed the room as he glanced at all their faces and clarified sternly. "Do not even think about this until I finish my investigation. This is incredibly dangerous information, and if this leaks, the Nightwings will be in even more danger than ever before. Naruto will take them, and we will never see them again. Understood?" Every soul in that office nodded in understanding. This might just be a random coincidence and sheer chance, but it also might not be, and be a monumental shift in dynamics once more. It was all in the air at the moment. Though many plans were being formed regardless of the circumstances and outcomes of the investigation. Azazel himself was not excluded from this either, as unfortunately, this was a game-changer on the level of the fallen grace system, and the brave saint that is based on it, if not more so. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Fabrication Station 2. Taking up the new sword, Chojuro lifted it from the table and got accustomed to the weight of this new 2-handed sword. Well, the lack thereof, as it was lighter than his current one by at least a third. It was likely due to the fact it was made out of crystal and not chakra metal. It was almost as tall as he was, at 1.2 meters tall, 15 centimeters wide and about 5 thick. Made out of almost translucent blue crystal, it was just as solid as his current metal one, but far easier to move around and felt good in his hands. Then again, it was grown from his chakra, so perhaps that was to be expected, Chojuro thought idly. This is when Guren, sitting at the work table, looked up from her notes, that Kuratsuchi was peeking over her shoulder at, and asked, "How does it feel to you? Brittle, too light, uncomfortable?" "Anything really." Nodding, Chojuro stepped clear of the gathering and took a few swings of the asymmetrical sword. The leading edge was full length and straight, the trailing edge was shorter and had a few wave-like curves to it. Yet, it still felt balanced in his grip, and thus reported, "No, it's a little lighter than you would expect." Writing that down, Guren nodded as he added, "Though, it is very comfortable in handling. Try channeling chakra." She offered, and immediately, Chojuro did so, and to glow brighter, its weight increased slightly, but he managed to compensate smoothly. This felt like a sword he is far more familiar with, and found himself smiling. "How much chakra are you using?" Kuratsuchi asked out of curiosity, looking up from the notes the crystal user was making. After some thought, Chojuro reported, About enough for a D-rank jutsu. The Earth Commander nodded in thought. That was slightly better than they had aimed for in regard to the weapon's chakra channeling cost. Buren asked. What has changed because of it? It got heavier and feels a lot more solid than before. Chojuro reported immediately as he slows to a stop from swinging it around and observing the softly pulsating weapon. Looking at it, it was almost like he was looking down at a sword made of captured water on a shape of sword. Out of curiosity, Kuratsuchi ordered. Try channeling a C-rank amount next. Aim it at the wall though. She points to the bare wall on her right, his left, and Chojuro nodded as he points the weapon and increases the flow of chakra. The glow intensified slightly before out from the tip spurted out a thin shot of water that only reached halfway to the wall. Everyone blinked at that, surprised, but Chojuro smirked as he took up stance and timed his chakra surge as he took a step forward and called out. Water slash. As he slashed towards the wall, and just like with a jutsu, he pulsed a C-rank's worth of chakra into his blade abruptly and trailing after the movement a razor line of water lashed out, slicing through everything in its path. Eyes widened at this development, and a stunned silence was broken by Kuratsuchi's low cackle, drawing eyes to her repeated nodding and her declaration. That's more like it. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 6, Home Front. Kyoto, Yukai District. Under the evening sky, two kitsune make their way towards the edge of the Yukai part of the city with calm, casual ease despite the lateness of the day. The female of them walked like the prim and proper lady she is, her 3 tails swaying in a dignified manner that tells of her upbringing. Her pale silver hair and fro were spotless, clean, and neat. As she glanced at her company, her gentle nature shone through her sky-blue eyes as she spoke. I must thank you for aiding me in this private matter, Yasha-san. Glancing back, with a smirk that reached his black eyes, Yasha reported almost lazily. It is all good, Isuri-chan. Sei-sensei was worried about you still, after what happened last time. With a gentle smile, green eyes maintaining their gaze on her companion as she inclined her head though caught how his 4 tails flicked almost nervously and told of his true feelings. Thus, Isuri replied calmly with a hint of a joke. I see. I thank you for it nonetheless. Since no doubt your lady is waiting for you, no? With a soft chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck, Yasha offered calmly. Ah well, she isn't my lady yet. We are just good friends, in all honesty. With a nod, Isuri responded. Yet is the keyword there, Yasha-san. She offered an equally soft smile, her hand covering her lips at his light tint of pink to his cheeks and got a soft giggle in response to this. After a few seconds of silence, Yasha asked. What about you, Isuri-chan? Anyone has your eye. He noticed her brief pause, no doubt recalling the incident, but Isuri pushed on forward nearly seamlessly as she reported. I am not so sure that I am ready for such a commitment, Yasha-san. With a sigh, Yasha places his hands back in his pockets of his Nightwing Ishichunin vest and watched the people around him for a moment. He spots a few members of the 3rd Legion at a coffee shop up ahead, all working on their reports while sipping their coffee and melding seamlessly with the local Yukai community going about their business. This caused him to chuckle lightly, drawing Isuri's gaze again, and as he sensed it, Yasha answered the unasked question. It's funny, don't you think? How the fallen have adapted themselves into their roles as protectors. Following his gaze, Isuri spots the same group of 5 writing down reports at a coffee shop across 2 tables and nodded singularly while she replied. It is a surprise that they have, yes. When you consider their trouble-prone history. Yeah, but I think that sensei has something to do with it. Yasha commented, and the vixen at his side thought on it for a moment. How did Sei-sama have a hand in this? It did not make sense, and thus, Isuri asked. Yasha-san, How did Sei-sama have a hand in this? Blinking owlishly, Yaja's black eyes lock onto her sky blue, and then it clicked, causing him to shake his head as he explained. Ah no, I mean Namikaze-sensei. The fallen cadre who leads the Nightwings. He then tugs on his vest and the insignia it donned, causing her to nod upon realizing her misunderstanding. Though, that brings up another question, and Isuri voiced it. I have only heard that Sei-sama holds him in high regards, but I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting Namikaze-san. With a soft chuckle, Yaja thought on how best to explain the guy. Considering what he knew of the Nightwings as a whole against the public perception of them, there is a bit of disconnect, but only if you look too closely enough for them to cut your throat. After a moment, he responded. Sensei can come off as rather lofty and unreachable to most. Isuri looks to her escort, and could see the distant look in his eyes as he spoke softer, distant, but with clear respect. He is strong, kind, open-minded, and understanding. He won't judge you on your past but on your actions. Show him respect, he returns it, no questions asked, and is very protective of people he considers his. Looking to the vixen at his side with a half-smile, Yaja added. Which includes us all, by the way. Blinking at that, Isuri asked. All of us? Nodding sagely, Yaja replied. Yes, all of us here. If any one of us asked for help, no, not just him, but all the Nightwings would respond before we even knew they were there. He grins as he looks forward at the exit gate to the area as he finished. Nightwings protect their own. It's what makes a Nightwing first and foremost. With a soft smile, Isuri inclined her head as they pass out of the Yukai district and offered. Then I am counting on you, Yaja-san. A little distance from the duo, back in the Yukai district on a bench with an ice cream sat a casual-clothed Kiba Inuzuka and his friend Suzu. Both had overheard her fellow kitsun's words, causing the Nightwing to grin. Looking to him, she asked, So we're going to keep an eye on them? With a stiff nod, Kiba reported. Yeah, just in case. Suzu rolled her eyes at his cocky grin, ignoring the fact his arm was reaching over her shoulders and focused on the strawberry smoothie he brought her. Admittedly, she knew he acted boastful and loud, for a lack of a better word, but when needed, this Inuzuka will stand even against the Satans if he had to. It's what she admired most about him after all. Kyoto, Osada's motel. Stepping into the out-of-the-way motel, Isuri leads Yaja to the front desk and asked when she got to the receptionist. Good evening, Nakao, you sent us. The human woman perked up at the name and immediately pulled out a small brown envelope and handed it to Isuri as she explained. Lady, you told me to give this to you and to send you to room 201. Taking the envelope, knowing what it was, Isuri slipped it into her white base, turquoise-edged casual kimono, and secured beneath the matching obi as she moved off silently. Yaja was now on edge. This did not feel like a casual meet-up, but rather the underbelly of something far bigger. Damn it, he probably should have brought Izuhara or Kosaku as backup. Though as they passed the window on the landing leading to the second floor, a very familiar shade of red caught his attention, and it was in the company of a mop of brown. With a subtle nod that was returned, Yaja relaxed and was thankful for the whole pack mindset right now. Reaching the door of room 201, Isuri knocked twice and they waited. After a few seconds, Yaja felt the gaze on him from the door as he was observing their surroundings and took a discreet sniff. Keeping his face of indifference externally, internally he recognized the telltale signs of bats. What the hell was Isuri getting involved in this time? First it was that incident with the dog clan. Then the human issue a few years back. Human wizards recently, and now, damn bats. This woman is a damn trouble magnet, and she does not even realize it. No wonder Sei-sensei asked him to escort her. A muffled voice asked through the door. Who sent you? Lady Nakao, you asked me to come and talk with you at this address. Isuri responded in her characteristically gentle voice and tone without missing a beat. She looked perfectly composed, but Yaja could see the nervous twitch of her middle tail. A tell she had for as long as he's known her. After a moment, the voice then asked, Then who's he? With feigned casualness, Yaja replied. Her guardian. She has a bad habit of finding trouble without trying to, thus my presence. Isuri sighed softly and gracefully at that. It was not her intention to find it. It is just she cannot seem to help it. Those children were lost. That one night stand was supposed to be just that. She did not do a full background check on everyone at that bar. How was she supposed to know he was a wizard? The voice spoke again. You are a member of the First Legion, right? Now that caught Yasu's attention, glancing at the peephole and raised a brow. He did not respond to that request for comment other than that, and so, Isuri spoke instead. We were told to come here. If you do not wish to, then we can just leave. Several long moments of muffled voices. No doubt these bats thought their silencing spell was enough to escape the trained canine-level hearing of Yasu, and he was now thankful to the Inuzuka for this little trick. Okay, seems there are 4 adult ladies in charge. A bunch of younger ones, plenty of nervousness? Well, that is to be expected. These bats are likely more than a little aware of his uniform and what it meant. Thus are likely a familiar voice. It took a moment before Yasu's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Protection target 2, huh? Returning to a face of indifference, he looked away and thought about what this meant. The main Alliance force is still in the area, and they have the audacity to try make contact now of all times? Either they have a death wish, or they're trying a new angle. Probably the latter. Well, to move them along, Yasu commented. Isuri-san, we should go. It seems that this was a bust, and no doubt Lady Sei is growing concerned. Isuri looked to him and thought on it for a moment, but before she could answer, the door's lock turned open. The next moment a very familiar redhead stood in the doorway, staring at the 4-tailed kitsune, and then asked, You're part of the First Legion, right? As expected, Protection Target 2 has no tact as her file suggested, and so, Yasu replied candidly. Yes, I am, and before you ask, yes, I am also aware of the protection order upon you. Though he also withheld the fact it was only valid when they are within Ku and not here. Should be interesting to hear what they will get up to while they think they are safely protected by their name and reputation. With a confident nod, the girl turned back and spoke firmly. See, I told you so. With a sigh, an older look-alike stepped forward and instead spoke to Isuri. Well, you are a lot younger than I expected when my nephew said that you work with the orphanage. Nodding, Isuri reported. I get that a lot. However, may I ask as to why this many devils are so close to our district without pre-approval of our leader or council? With a nod, the light brown-haired woman announced. Well, firstly, my name is Venelana Gremory, Lady of House Gremory, and so, I wish to thank the fallen angels that saved my daughter personally. Then she looked to the other kitsune and added. However, I was not aware that non-angels were a part of the First Legion too. This is a rather interesting revelation. Just as finding this many devils parked so close to Yukai territory, unannounced, Lady Gremory. Yasu replied smoothly and with a monotone, giving nothing away as he did. Isuri nodded subtly too but listened as Venelana explained. Yes, well, the official channels and such are controlled by those miserable old farts who complain when they do not get their way. As such, we had to use less honest means to make contact. This is not so much as less honest, Lady Gremory. Using an orphanage like that is most definitely not a wise move. Yasu informed curtly this time. If any other member of the First was in his place, this place would already be stormed by the likes of the Inuzuka at minimum. I understand that, however, my contribution to them was not a hoax, young kitsune. Venelana informed firmly but then scanned the corridor and offered. This is no way to have a conversation, please come in. No thanks. Both kitsune reported in unison, surprising the noble devil as Yasu informed. We wouldn't feel comfortable around so many of your kin. That killed the soft murmurs from behind the lady at the door. The still visible redhead was surprised by such an open admission, like the rest of her fellows, but Venelana now had a ballpark of where they stood at current. It was not nice to hear, but it was still useful, and so she responded. I see. Then, will you still deliver a few messages? We have a few. Isuri took this one and asked. Who are the recipients? First, if it is at all possible to speak with Lady Yasaka on a personal matter. Venelana asked, and watched the two kitsune glance to one another. After a moment, Isuri reported. I may be able to speak with her tomorrow morning at the earliest. Whether or not she will meet with you is another matter. With a nod, Venelana continued. That is fine. However, if she is not available, we can settle with anyone who can discuss their whereabouts of a prisoner of war. Isuri just nodded as Yaja frowned. Why would they need that except to request a pardon or release of said prisoner? Then again, there was a huge influx of prisoners from the mission last night, so probably. Inclining her head back, Venelana asked. Second, if possible, can we meet with the patron of the orphanage, Lady Nakaoyu, so we can possibly discuss a longer-term arrangement for her charges? I make no promises regarding Lady Nakaoyu. Isuri informed softly, though the devil just nodded, understanding the position of this messenger. Venelana then looked at Yaja and asked. Thirdly, is it at all possible for you to arrange a meeting between us and the Nightwings? Without hesitation, Yaja shook his head and reported. Not possible. I am a member, but that does not mean that I have that kind of sway. Even if I did, you would have half the Legion here before you could close that door. Plus, he heard how much of a bad mood Sensei was in earlier from Sei-sensei, who heard from Lady Yasaka. No way was he going to get involved in that, and put his security clearance on the line. Isuri, however, asked for clarification. For what purpose would you need to speak to them? Would it not be normal to ask for Governor Azazel as he commands them? The slightly concerned Devilis nodded to the questions. Venelana took a breath to stabilize her voice before she answered. Under normal circumstances and channels of communication, I would have. However, we are currently circumventing the council at the moment, and so, we cannot simply request that. Isuri nodded her understanding, so she continued. And seeing as you are here, we figured to give it a shot. With a shrug, Yaja replied. Can't help you there. Anyone else? Isuri asked as she is starting to get concerned about the length of time they have spent here. With a firm smile, Venelana shook her head and replied. No dear, that is all for now. We know that this is a tentative process, and so, we shall await a response and... No need. A new voice and caused everyone to freeze. Stepping up behind the gray-haired kitsune came a woman that matched his height with bright blue eyes, shoulder-length dark hair, and red markings on her face. Clearing the chunin revealed two metal plates, one of a stylized hourglass above the second with the Grigori insignia. Turning to face them, displaying her gray flak jacket, meaning she was a ranking member of the Nightwings, and with a stern face, arms crossed, Maki spoke calmly to these uninvited guests. Would you mind telling me why my squad and I are currently surrounding a fair number of devils? Every devil swallowed nervously, not sensing this apparent squad of Nightwings surrounding them. She rose a brow and added, I am assuming that you risked yourselves for a good reason, thus you are asking for audiences with Lady Yasaka, Governor of the Grigori, and us. With a breath, Venelana inclined her head and explained. We are aware that the current state of affairs between us and the Alliance is not very good. The Council is not very, well, let us just say that they are causing more problems than solutions. My party and I wish to try a different path. Maki just nodded, accepting that for now, before looking at Yaja and informed. Do not fret, Chunin. I was informed that you were here and your role here. This has been bumped up from favor to mission and as such, no action will be taken against you. The gray-furred Yambi relaxed significantly and nodded, Yaja reported. Thank you, Captain. Maki just nodded before looking back at the devils and informed. You are to remain here until the morning. I shall report this to my commander, and she will decide what to do with you. Forgive my rudeness, but isn't Namikaze-san nada? Venelana began but was cut off by the Jonin. Maki interjected. This is below his level of concern and so, I will report it to my commander. Isuri-san will do what she can too. Both the devil and three-tailed vixen nod stiffly to this information, and so Maki returned it as she turned to leave but stopped after a moment, glancing back as she informed. You will be monitored until a decision is made. Keep that in mind. She then vanished in a swirl of wind and was no longer sensed by anyone present. It took a moment before Yasha cleared his throat and snapped everyone back to action as he commented. Well, that solves that problem. So that's a Nightwing captain? Venelana asked and the Chunin just nodded, not needing to confirm that any further. Isari spoke softly. With that done, please do not cause any problems and I shall inform the relevant parties. Ah yes, thank you very much. Venelana replied and the two kitsune bowed their heads before setting off. Closing the door behind her, Venelana let out a tight breath and spoke slowly. Well, that was something. I still can't sense them. Akino whispered softly, drawing eyes to her, but the other censors of the group nodded along with her. Lady Citri nodded with a tight smile as she added. They are certainly living up to their reputation. Most certainly. Lady Agars offered, looking to her daughter and her butler. In response, said butler regarded his master's mother, Olivian informed. I'm sorry, milady, but even I am at a loss here. They truly are skilled. Most certainly. Serorg informed from the back of the room beside the window and glancing out. He was watching the two kitsune returning back into the sector, though his auntie spoke up, Venelana announced. We are to remain vigilant and not cause any fuss. The last thing we need is to be perceived as a problem. Everyone nodded in full and total agreement. They were in the belly of a beast that can, and will make the second and final move if they mess up now. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Wind Office. Stepping back inside the familiar building, that was reminiscent of home, Maki spots Amaru and Sen at the desk talking. As she approached, she heard Sen as she asked. But, surely he's taught you something, right? He sees you as his sister, right? He does. Amaru confirmed with a nod absent-mindedly, filing away the latest reports, and as she pulled open the drawer for the stapler. As she finds it and looks for the staples, she added. But he also said that my chakra control needed to be better than what I have. So, I have been working on that for now. Didn't think that he'd be such a stick in the mud, Kimura. Sen rebuffed and Amaru sighed, standing up from her crouch as she replied. He's just being responsible. At least that's what I tell myself. My sensei said that to me a lot too. Maki informed as she finally entered the conversation, drawing both her fellow kunoichi's attention to her, and causing Sen to sigh then nod in agreement. As the older kunoichi rests on the reception desk, she asked. Kimura, is Lady Temari available? Shaking her head, Amaru reported. No, unfortunately. That's why I am working on the personal and allied requests in her stead. What do you need? With a nod, Maki replied sternly. We have a situation down just beyond the Yukai district. Inazuka-san flagged it to me and need her input. Amaru thought on that for a while before she offered. Well, of the commanders available right now, only Lady Kuratsuchi and Lord Chojuro are around. Though you might find Lady Samui in her office. I am not sure, and you would have to check. Sen interjected. I would look for the other two. Lady Samui was part of that mission last night, right? With a stern nod, Maki replied. Yes, she was. Any idea where the others are? After a few moments of thought, Sen answered. I think they may be in the fabrication rooms. That's normally where you can find Commander Kuratsuchi these days. Check her office first though, seeing as it's closer. Whilst in thought, Maki listened as Amaru added. You could always ask Sano-san if it's urgent. Sen nodded as she picks up the files her colleague finished stapling and stood while she spoke. That's a good point. She should be on the training ground, teaching the new guys about wind patterns and how to navigate them in combat. Which one? Maki asked curiously, and Amaru searched the papers on her desk before she informed. Says here, she should be on training ground 3. With a smile and nod, Maki replied softly. Thank you, Kimura. She paused before she asked. Or should I call you Amaru-chan now? With a mirthful shrug, Amaru replied. I'm used to both at this point. I do not really mind. Blinking at that, Sen looked back from the stairs and replied in a semi-shout. Oh. I've been using Kimura this whole time. Sorry, Amaru-chan. With a light giggle, Amaru just waved her off and responded. It's fine, San-chan. As I said, I'm used to it. Kyoto, new Yukai training ground. Gliding in smoothly, Sakuria landed elegantly in the soon-to-be training ground for the Joint Alliance forces and before her Governor Azazel. It hadn't been opened yet due to the operation recently, and thus delayed, so it's still relatively unknown by most and a prime place to meet away from prying eyes and ears. With a smirk, Azazel inspects his former bodyguard and offered, "That uniform suits you, Sakuria. How does it feel?" With a soft smile, Sakuria nodded and informed, "Great, Azazel-sama. The others are all super cool and I've made plenty of friends that see me as one of them in it. A great feeling, in all honesty." With a soft chuckle, Azazel nodded and offered, "Gotten any stronger?" With a glint in her purple eyes, Sakuria informed proudly, "I do believe so, yes. It is only a matter of time before I can retake my spot as the best swordsman of the Grigori again." "I don't doubt it, Sakuria. You've done me, and the others proud," Azazel informed, and she smiled wider, yet he added, "From what I hear, both Abigail and Serena are very determined to follow your lead and join the ranks of the Nightwings." Blinking olishly at that, Sakuria asked, bewildered, "Why would they do that? Wouldn't being your preferred bodyguard serve them better?" With a casual shrug, Azazel folded his arms as he replied, "Well, seeing as the cadres are starting to use their legions for their escorting duties, they suspect that I will start doing the same with the first, and want to be a part of that pool too." She nodded, understanding that logic, though he added, "Plus, I think they have their eyes on a few of their members." With a sigh, rubbing her brow, Sakuria responded, "That sounds more like them. Always thinking about their next lay." With a grin, he rebuffed, "Are you sure you can say you are any different?" More than a little blush came to the Eight Wings' cheeks at that, and Azazel chuckled as he added, "Let me guess, a certain white-haired—" Clearing her throat, Sakuria interrupted as she asked, "Are they serious about joining too?" Still grinning, Azazel inclined his head and replied, "They've even taken an apprentice in hopes of drawing attention to themselves. Calawarna no less." With both brows arched, Sakuria muttered, "That obsessive single set that was brought in." With a sigh, Azazel nodded and responded, "Yeah, seems she and her friend, Rainier, are also eager to join the ranks of the Nightwings. Both are rather adamant about it too." Shaking her head, she replied, "The training alone will eat a single set alive. The twin sets we have are barely capable of completing the basic level as it is." With a soft grunt, Azazel replied, "Well, either way, the four are determined to don that uniform. Think you can mention it to whoever is in charge of training?" It took a few moments before Sakuria replied, "That would be Chojuro-san. Though, he's busy right now, however, so I think that Shirori-san is teaching wind-assisted combat maneuvers at the moment." Azazel rose both brows at that information and asked, "Wind-assisted combat maneuvers? What kind of lesson is that?" With a smirk, Sakuria replied, "Something that none of us took much stock in before. I was skeptical first too, until they showed me just how incredibly wasteful I was in flight. Honestly, talk about wool over my eyes." She shook her head at her previous naivety and short-sightedness. These Nightwings know how to fly and do it smoothly and efficiently without being caught by surprise either. If the common Grigori fly through the air, the Nightwings slice through it with grace, elegance, and silence. Intrigued by the prospect of attending some lessons later, Azazel decided that was enough small talk and decided to get to the point, and so, he spoke firmly. "Sakuria, I need you to be upfront about something with me." Looking at the governor with a brow arched, Sakuria inclined her head slowly, and so he asked, "Are the Nightwings hiding their fertility levels from us?" She stilled and he caught it, confirming his theory, but before he could ask for clarification the sound of a sword being drawn was heard and a quick glance was all he got as he jumped back from Omo landing with his blade drawn but at his side, glaring at the governor. With his hands up, Azazel offered calmly, "Whoa there, Omo-san. What the hell are you asking her, huh?" Omo questioned lowly, eyes narrowed and arms sparking with a few black bolts of lightning. A clear warning that he was more than prepared to fight if needs be, but that stopped when Sakuya stepped between the two with her own sword out and facing him as she whispered, "Do not, Oma. You should not be out here in your condition. Even more so without an escort. I got worried about you, so I come and find you talking about internal affairs." Oma muttered while staring at her sternly. Swallowing nervously, Sakuya replied, "He asked to meet him for an update, that was all. I wasn't going to tell him about." "Sorry about that, Oma." Azazel cut in, drawing both sword-wielders' gazes to him and his hands up. Said teen's eyes narrowed, and so the governor added, "She owed me a few favors and, well, I was just curious about what was happening at the base level of things. The boss is going to be furious, you know that, right?" "Yeah, probably," Azazel confirmed with a laugh filled with nervousness, causing Oma to slowly replace his straight-edged katana and nod, then replied when he released it, "Good luck with surviving." He looked to his girlfriend and added, "You will have to come clean to him too. He won't be happy with any of this." Sakuya nodded meekly, so Oma returned to pin Azazel with a hard stare. "We'll be in touch." Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Earth Office. The office of the Earth Company was originally built much like the others as a standard office building with 2 floors, but as their role became more pronounced and defined, it has been expanded into more of a builder's warehouse loaded with all kinds of construction materials and supplies. In the rear of the building, however, overlooking the expansive warehouse, was the office of Kuratsuchi, who declined the one in Night Tower that lays bare, and allows her to keep track of her brats of the Earth Company. Her words, of course, and this is also where you can often find Choji Akimichi, since his ascension to head of logistics. As such, the office had been widened and his is next door to hers and is only a tad larger, as it doubles as the company meeting room when discussing new projects around the village. As such, Maki's arrival was noticed, and when she entered the office, Kuratsuchi asked without looking up from the latest production numbers, "Can I help you, Maki-san?" With a nod, the Jonin of Wind Company stood to attention. Maki reported, "A situation has developed that requires the attention of a command officer." With a sigh, Kuratsuchi looked up and ignored the Akimichi's low chuckle as she asked, "And what is this situation exactly?" "A group of high-ranking devils have requested an audience with us, ma'am," Maki reported crisply before falling to at an ease pose and observed both command staff present to raise brows at that declaration. Now infinitely more interested, Kuratsuchi leant back on her red sofa with arms folding slowly as she asked, "Oh, and how exactly do you know this?" "I was flagged down by Kiba Inuzuka during my patrol, who revealed that one of our trainees was in a precarious position." Maki started, and upon seeing 2 nods, she continued, "Upon our observations, it would appear that these devils had used unofficial means in an attempt to get an audience with the Legion, the Yukai, and Alliance." "For what purpose?" Choji asked with a heavy breath out. He was leaning forward on his knees as this was interesting for him too. With a nod, Maki reported, "Allegedly, they wanted to open diplomatic channels that, and I quote, 'We are currently circumventing the council at the moment, and so, we cannot simply request an audience.'" End quote. Choji nodded, becoming thoughtful, as Kuratsuchi remained still as she too contemplated this information. Both were thinking along the same lines of how messy this was and were now thinking this was a bad time for the diplomats to be taking time off. Though, the Earth Commander broke the silence nearly a minute later. "Are they only here for us?" Shaking her head, Maki reported, "They are here primarily for Lady Yasaka and Governor General Azazel. We seem to be an afterthought, or target of opportunity." That got a frown from the co-leader of the Legion at being reduced to an afterthought, a hit to her pride she had in their strength. Then again, they could put it off till tomorrow, but... Looking back at the reporting Kunoichi, Kuratsuchi asked, "What did you tell them?" "That we have placed them under observation until we have come to a decision in the morning," Maki reported promptly, and the 2 command staff members nodded again. That gave them time and probably could just leave it till then. Then again, Kuratsuchi was not one to sit around, but before she got up to confront this, she paused. After a moment, she recalled that the devils do not know her yet. do not know most of the back-end members. It could cause trouble if that changed. After all, deception is a shinobi's most powerful tool. With a heavy sigh, Kuratsuchi looked back to the Wind Company Kunoichi and asked, "So, who's actually watching them?" It was barely noticeable. Maki's smirk was telling as she replied, "No one, ma'am." It took a moment before Choji chuckled and Kuratsuchi smirked too, leaning back in her seat with arms on the sofa's cushioned backrest before she informed. "As funny as that is, the last thing I want is to tell Naruto that we let a threat remain unchecked." The other two nod to that, so she ordered, "Get the night patrol to work their location into their route. All other security measures are to be maintained." With a salute, Maki reported, "Yes, ma'am." Just as she was leaving, Omoi entered into the office with Sakuya on his heel and the Lightning Company Shinobi reported promptly. "We may have a situation." Kyoto, Imperial Palace. In the office of the Chief of Security, or Shikamaru's office, Azazel was sitting on the neatly arranged desk while the other fallen cadres, all of them present, had gathered up. In all honesty, the governor was unsure about this, but his people needed to know, and they need to understand that they will possibly need to defend the Nightwings. After a few moments looking over the gathered 5 cadres, Archer and Hera, Baraquiel, Benamian, and Katarina, Azazel finally informed them tightly. "Okay, so yeah. I spoke with Sakuya a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, we were caught by Omo of all people, and so, no doubt the Nightwings are preparing a response." Many brows arched. Hera asked, somewhat bewildered. "Response? Are we going to fight our own?" "Possible," Azazel admits with a shrug, getting nervous glances from the others, having recalled their earlier displays of being unable to detect them nearby. "Heck, is this room secure enough to talk about?" Voicing this, Archer asked, "Are we sure they cannot hear us here?" Again, a casual shrug from Azazel, who replied, "In all honesty, I do not want to fight them at all. It would cause a rift within our faction that we really cannot survive. A civil war that will end our race." He lets out a hard sigh, before shaking his head and getting back on topic as he announced, "Regardless, this is not the time for such talk. Instead, it looks like Benamian's hypothesis has some validity to it." Benamian's eyes widened fractionally as Azazel's smirk grew, giving her a nod as he continued. "Thanks in part to Michael's suggestion, I tapped into my never-really-used life-sensing abilities, and when exchanging small talk with Sakuya, I discovered she too is pregnant. Unsure exactly how far along, but Omo's abrupt arrival and willing to strike at me suggests that he is the father. But she is not reincarnate," Katarina informed skeptically, getting a nod from the governor and Benamian, who was adding to her theory and so spoke carefully. "Then, that means, it's both ways then, not just the women but the men too." "Somehow." Azazel nodded before he added, "Correct on both counts. In all honesty, I do not think Omo realized what he was saying from how panicked he was. He calmed down as they left, but that also means that they are aware of the situation with our fertility rates and had not reported their own heightened levels." Everyone nodded. Benamian commented, "If I were in their shoes, either would I. Ever since I have created my legion, I have come to realize just how many intelligence leaks we had at headquarters." Her eyebrow twitched at the thoughts regarding her own personal witch hunt for those troublemakers. Seriously, there were so many it was stupid. Pushing her glasses up, her yellow eyes lock on to her boss's purple and continued. "Thus, if they had reported this beforehand, no doubt the entire supernatural world would have hunted them down, either for extermination or breeding purposes." Baraquiel nodded stiffly before he offered, "Extermination more than likely, to deny us a chance to rebuild our numbers in any meaningful way." They all frowned at the accuracy of that statement, though Benamian, Azazel, and Baraquiel, the latter personally aware of the situation growing around first-generation fallen, and how they are treated or hunted. Even by their own and the few steps to address the problem has met with minimal success. Before anyone could comment further, the darkness of the room fades to white and the view out of the windows fades away. Those within raise to their feet if sitting, though those who had breakfast with the Nightwings in heaven recognize it, but a new voice spoke. Thus, none of this will leave this office. Drawing all attention to the new arrival and her uniform that was starting to be considered standard of the fallen upper legions as she stood at 5'4", short black hair and pink eyes, her lashes running upward at the corners. The undersuit was black, but her right sleeve was missing, revealing the flawless tan skin beneath. Her shorts reached halfway down her thighs, fishnets covering the rest down to her covered, armored sandals. A gray sleeveless pocketed jacket with 2 metal plates, the upper one of her late village, the Havoc-Teir, denoting that she is of the Earth Company of the First Legion. The second was beneath it, and was of the Grigori. They all knew her, of course, as she has dealt with them primarily in place of the blonde besides recent times, that is, and so, with a sigh, Azazel offered. Guess Artur was right. You were listening to us, Kuratsuchi? As she was leaning against the door, the vice commander of the Nightwings just shrugged while maintaining her blank face. Kuratsuchi replied. Who's to say? However, I do not do the whole beating around the bush. Bet you guys seem to specialize, and so listen as I say this. She held the room's attention now as her gaze swept across the faces present before she informed. Now that you are aware of certain details and one of our closely guarded secrets, you are to maintain the absolute integrity of operational security. At present, that means keep your mouth shut, or we will do it for you. Her eyes narrowed dangerously, and they all felt that threat as Kuratsuchi wanted them to, and so she continued. Beside the third, the rest of your legions have holes and intelligence leaks. What you have stumbled upon is something we regard as a classified above top secret that does not exist, double S-rank secret. Her gaze falls below absolute zero as she whispered in a monotone. I could kill everyone in here and Naruto wouldn't bat an eye at my actions. The worst thing is, they all knew that only Azazel stood a chance against her in a one-on-one. But also, they have no idea how she fought at all. Not even the governor knew, and that is what is truly scary about the threat. They have no idea what the vice commander of the strongest legion can do. After a long, way too long for anyone who was not a Nightwing to handle the frigidness, Kuratsuchi finally added. As such, and as much as I wish I could trust you all, we cannot be so naive about this, as even I am in danger at this, and so… Wait, hold on now. Azazel interjected, hands up and looking very serious for a change. It was as if his old war commander had returned and caught the Nightwing's attention. Her gaze was still filled with an empty indifference, but he pressed on. We understand the level of security you have been maintaining, and I know we can keep it. Kuratsuchi did not even twitch at that announcement, and so Azazel pressed. It will remain within these limits. These personnel will help ensure that if anyone attempts to kidnap any of you, then we will respond with deadly, overwhelming force. Again, no response, so he was about to add to his statements, but Kuratsuchi cut him off. Tomorrow morning you will report to the hidden shrine, and you can plead your case before our commanders, myself, and Naruto. Failure to show or convince us will result in memory alterations at the minimum, death otherwise. Many swallowed hard at that order, but she did not care in the slightest, as they should have kept their noses out of their shit, and so continued in her monotone. Refusal will result in us hunting you and everyone you care about down. This is not a threat, this is a fact as solid as the earth we tread, the skies we soar through, and as certain as time itself. Do not cross us, Governor General of the Grigori Azazel. It will be your final mistake. Maintaining his serious disposition, knowing that they could actually follow through with that, Azazel inclined his head stiffly as he replied. We will be there. Returning the gesture, Kuratsuchi pushed off the door and reached for the black privacy card pulsing gold beside her as she added, as if an afterthought. You all will be monitored until then. Make any attempt to spread this information in any way, shape, or form and it will result in your immediate termination. This is your one and only warning. We understand. Azazel informed sternly, eyes fixated on the Nightwing before him as she slowly deactivated the barrier, and everything returned to normal as she put it away in her equipment pouch. As Kuratsuchi pulled open the door, there were at least 15 Nightwings there, surprising those within at the level of seriousness this was being treated with. Though, They watched them all stand to attention as the Nightwing cadre gave a hand signal of some kind, and they all vanished in unison. Glancing back into the room, Kuratsuchi warned. "This is your one and only chance. I am being generous here, but make no mistake, for my home I will strike down anyone I must." She closes the door behind her, and immediately they all stop sensing her. It took a few minutes before Artur could gather himself to make a comment, as he informed the room. Thought I'd die today." Azazel looked to the pale-looking cadre and nodded, before looking towards Benamun and then Barakwil, then reported. "You heard her. This is not to be mentioned or even written down. We are all under notice now." Everyone nodded to that, though Hera offered. "So, this hidden shrine?" The governor nodded, Azazel informed. "A nickname for their home base. That is all I will say. None of you can or will betray our chance at smoothing this out. Losing the Nightwings is something we absolutely cannot afford. By our father's light, we must succeed here." That was truly serious if the fallen seraph himself was calling upon the one being he had turned against in this stressful situation. After falling silent near the beginning, Katerina finally spoke up softly. "I do not want to lose my pupsik. Never want to lose him." With a long, heavy sigh, Azazel nodded while Benamun placed a comforting hand on her arm and whispered. "We won't allow that either, Katerina. Trust in us, okay?" The cadre looked to her fellow and after a moment, she nodded, but Artur asked. "What we tell Heaven? They want to know too, no?" "Nothing," Barakwil informed sharply, drawing attention to his bulky frame and stern face as memories of his own experiences in this topic came forward. After a moment, he added, "Considering that they still hunt and treat first gens like the rest of us, despite being innocent, means we cannot let them in on this. They may even try eliminating them discreetly." There was a grim understanding among the gathering, before Benamun added, "Or worse, they could tell the church and then everyone will be hunting them." "I agree, we cannot tell them either." "We tell no one," Azazel ordered firmly, staring at them all as his soldiers once more and after so long and not as the relaxed peaceful man he desires to be. They all straightened up as he added, "We treat this the same way they have. We do not know anything. If anyone asks, play innocent and then report it to me directly. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Azazel nodded with a grunt. "They are in dangerous waters, and they will not mess up here. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower." Yawning, Naruto awoke after a very, very passionate night, or morning, depending on how you refer to the early hours, and was feeling somewhat tranquil. Though somewhat is applicable here as he feels it in his soul that something about today is going to piss him off, royally piss him off, and that cannot bode well. Why does it seem that every time he takes a day off, some shit goes wrong, and he awakens to find out something else has happened and now he needs to deal with it? For some reason, he blamed Shika. It's always been a sick pleasure of his to dump more work on him, and then plays it off as coincidence. They are shinobi, no such thing as coincidence in their vocabulary or work manuals. As always, his fingers run through the platinum blonde and silver locks of his wife's hair to try settle his already annoyed nerves. He was greeted by a telepathic voice in his head. Ino whispered softly, "Not even up yet, and already stressing out. Hun, you need to relax." She hadn't so much as twitched from laying atop him, and thus more felt than heard his hum, though Naruto replied in kind. "Hard to, considering every day off I've taken results in something major happening. It's so damn troublesome. I will hit you." Ino snipped, feeling her mental glare at him, and he chuckled physically at that briefly before sighing hard again. After a moment, he responded back. "Maybe you could help me calm down." There was a mental flinch at that. Her body was still aching from, well, the complete day before, and so Ino whispered back telepathically, "I, do not think I could handle that. As much as I really wish I could." Naruto just hummed at that, already knowing this was the likely outcome, and continued to run his fingers softly through her long hair that was reaching past that perfect ass of hers, that he occasionally squeezed as if a stress ball. This got a physical giggle every time he did, which always makes his day brighter, hearing her laugh or giggle. It was soothing for his mind. After a long few moments of this, Ino whispered softly mentally. Actually, hun, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Another soft hum signaled he was listening to her, and so, physically she spoke. I'm pregnant. Ino felt him stiffen, hand freezing midway down her back and his mind going blank. For 10 seconds nothing changed, and she was growing increasingly concerned until his mind picked back up at speeds that she could barely follow. After nearly 20 seconds of this it began to slow again, and his hands began to shake lightly. Misinterpreting this, Ino used all her strength to pick her head up and look up at her husband's eyes directly and whispered. I am pregnant, Naruto. It's why I was so pushy, and I know things are not exactly perfect, and... He silenced her with a kiss, which left her surprised and mind flatlining as Naruto whispered. I love you, Ino. Admittedly, this is a blessing for us. It does make our job somewhat, how to put it? With a sigh he just muttered. It's just bad timing, that's all. I am not mad, upset, or anything, just need to figure out how to handle this exactly. Ino just nodded dumbly as she watched her husband's mind pick up speed again, going over the possibilities available to them. Though they did eventually slow down as he came to a decision, Naruto whispered physically. We'll need to gather the council and... Oh, that reminded her, and so, she telepathically added, helpfully. Well, before that, you should know something else. For some reason, that feeling in Naruto's very soul grew when she said that, and the urge to pinch his nose in irritation was growing. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Training Ground 1. Zenobia and Imiyata entered the training ground to find all the usual suspects standing ready for their morning training session. Though, both spotted a few new faces among the stretching group. As the twosome approaches the gathering of trainees, Imiyata spots one of her former superiors and hurried over. Once close, she called out, Hey Tagaki, what's going on? Glancing over at the purple-haired Forset and former exorcist, Tagaki nodded then informed. Well, if you're talking about the new guys, a pair of former heroes and their son. Both Imiyata and Zenobia nod to that, but noticing the wording, the latter asked. If we were not? With a sigh, Tagaki rested her hands on her hip as she whispered. The entire command staff has been called to a meeting. I have not seen any of them since I got up this morning. Glancing around, Imiyata only now noticed the fact that Chojuro, who normally leads this session, wasn't present and recalled that he is a commander too. Blinking at that, she asked. Then, who's leading the training? Tenten-san? Tagaki shook her head and explained. She is on medical leave. Got pretty banged up in their last mission, so I have no idea who's... Just then 2 sets of swirling leaves and a water funnel appeared ahead of the group, revealing the forms of Toshi and Rimi Inuzuka, followed by Ren of the Water Company. Oh boy! Tagaki and Imiyata muttered lowly in unison. Getting a side glance from the former exorcist, Zioniva asked in a matching volume. Is something wrong with them? Imiyata glanced to her blue-haired friend and informed. All the Nightwings with those cheek tattoos are physically impossible to match. Their stamina is godly, and they don't take it easy on anyone. Think of them as Naruto-sama's personal guards, that's how ruthless they are. Realization hit Zenobia now, these are some of the strongest the Nightwings have and are women too, thus, she could be able to reach that level herself then too. Then, not even her adoptive mother or sister Griselda could complain about her getting weak, or betraying her upbringing. With a nod, she locks in as Toshi informed sternly. Okay everyone. For those who do not know me, my name is Toshi. Yes, I am part of the bodyguard unit, and one of our foremost experts in hunting. Her fanged grin was unsettling and suggested that what she hunted was not mere game animals, but they continued to listen to her. Today, I have been tasked with overseeing your physical training. Fear not, I will be sure to find your limits, break them, and then push you beyond the next limits you make. There was a collective gulp at that threat, and she chuckled lowly because of it. After a moment, Toshi added. Just in case, however, I have brought both a medic and an assistant. Feel free to have a heart attack, but I forbid broken bones, well, broken legs at least. Your arms can break but you can still run, so, yeah, there's that. More shared glances as she clapped, regaining their attention as she finished. So, you have 10 minutes to finish your warm-ups before we begin. Keep in mind, this will only end when the dining pavilion opens, or I am relieved at midday. A notable number of winces from the crowd, and she nodded to that, before raising an eyebrow. After a moment, Toshi ordered, "What are you waiting for?" "An invitation." "Warm-ups, now!" They all scrambled to pair up and began to go through their stretches or warm-up drills with the utmost diligence. Zenobia especially preferred this approach because it forced them to become better, pushed them past their limits. If this is what it takes to join the ranks of the bodyguards, then so be it. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower. Never tell a ninja to ignore their gut instincts, Naruto idly noted as he leaned against his desk in his office surrounded by the biggest headache yet and sipping his black, medically enhanced coffee. Glancing around at the couples before him, he can't exactly fault them for sharing a night of passion, but this paperwork is going to be the death of him at this rate. Abruptly, Naruto glared at Shikamaru, who snapped away to hide his twitching lip, but the black-banged blonde muttered, "Troublesome." The mental glare from the side room was adorable, Ino being unable to leave bed at the moment so was listening in via their connection. Damn gossip. A raspberry from her was ignored. With a sigh, Naruto glanced around again and informed. "So, every one of you guys is expecting, huh?" Karui, standing with Choji, folded her arms as she looked away slightly flush-faced. Kiba shrugged from his place on the wall as Sakura just nodded. Kurenai smiled as she nodded from her place on the sofa. Genma smirked while Mirai slept on his shoulder as the two sat at her side. Ishiwari chuckled nervously beside the casual legend opposite the Genjutsu mistress, as she offered softly, "It kinda just, happened." Naruto hummed into his coffee as his eyes continued to track around the room, landing on the two Hyuga, both nodding, and to be honest, that was to be expected, just not at the same time as the rest of these posers. Though, he should have known that Omo was going to be a pain after catching him with Sakuya in the lightning office. But to knock both her and Kyoto up at the same time. Naruto muttered, "What am I going to do with you, Omo?" "Honestly." With a shake of his head, the white-haired man just shrugged while sucking on his pop between the two ladies who were pointedly ignoring the other's existence with a similar pop in their mouths. Though, the blonde could see the "totally worth it" twinkle in his eyes and wished him luck with that household. He's gonna need it. On the love seat in the corner was Shikamaru with Termari perched on his lap, sipping tea casually, and both were purposefully not meeting the gaze of the cadre. They especially knew how bad of a timing this was and how much he was going to have to manage now because of it. Dropping his coffee mug on the desk at his side as he now sat atop it, Naruto glanced around and began with, "Firstly, let's make this clear. Congratulations all of you. I am happy for you all, and no doubt you all know about Ino too." There were plenty of smiles and nods, with their leader allowing them to bask in that for a bit. Bringing new life into the world should always be celebrated, that should never be questioned. Hearing his coffee mug being refilled, Naruto glanced back to see Cheyenne placing the pitcher back on the table's edge and returning to Hana's side by the window. He smiled and thanked her, that she returned before he returned to address the room while lifting his coffee again. "Now, secondly, this poses a problem for our combat effectiveness." Everyone nodded but waited until he swallowed his coffee, after which, Naruto spoke again. "Due to common village rules, you are all restricted from leaving the village for any reason up to and including S-rank threats. This is obviously waived in the presence of at least confirmed S-rank shinobi." All the kunoichi nodded, while it was silently and softly explained to the fallen by their partners, and nodded after that. Seeing this, Naruto glared at Shikamaru again and informed, "As such, the rest of us will be taking up your extra duties beyond the perimeter." Shikamaru wanted to groan, but he was still being glared at by the troublesome not full blonde, so remained still. Naruto then recalled something and amended, "Actually, I am removing the waiver completely." This got raised brows from the ladies present, but understanding comprehension from those who just got back from the operation. Shikamaru added, "I agree with you on that." Temari glanced to him, surprised, but he ignored it as he continued, Someone out there is actively trying to find us and almost caught Tenten. Genma nodded as he informed. And before that, they tried to catch Hanabi during the fight in Ku. Both devils, wielding ice magic and with a similar signature to the other. Graphia Lucifuge was her name. Naruto confirmed with a nod, swirling the coffee, recalling that maid and queen who dared. As he looked back up, he added, "So if we are to assume they were related as we all believe they are." Upon their nods, Naruto continued almost airily. "Then, I suppose we should make a statement about knowing where they live too. Dissuade them from attempting to cross us so directly again." For some reason, all the men and the Inuzuka women present got matching smirks of sinister intent. Though, Shikamaru pressed his fingers against one another as he asked, "What did you have in mind?" Looking to the master strategist with a glint that made even him nervous, Naruto smiled as he informed, "Was thinking on making a house call. Perhaps introduce myself to the Satan and his maid's son. Nothing harmful or terrible, just introduce myself, you know, as the cool guy I met on the way to the academy." "Oh! Effective." Shikamaru nodded his approval and soft approach, that even Kurenai could not object to as he was not harming anyone. Cheyenne, however, did and spoke on it. "You are not harming him, right?" Glancing back at her with a smile, Naruto shook his head and explained, "Not at all. I swear. But it will serve to inform the maid and her husband that we indeed know where they live and who they seek to protect. The kid won't even know what the issue is." Despite her tight expression and concern over such a tactic, Cheyenne nodded her assent. Guess this is the world of shinobi she was typically isolated from, and probably the reason that her boyfriend was hesitant to have her here initially. Returning to the room at large, Naruto then listed, "With that done, Ko will assume all diplomatic duties while Temari will handle the correspondence from the Wind offices. Hana will take over as lead physician from Sakura, who will handle the hospital's administrative affairs." All mentioned nod their assent, though Sakura mumbled about not being there yet but was ignored by her former teammate and little brother figure, as he continued, "Kyoto, Sakaria, Ishiwari, and Summers are off the training roster." More nods, though Karui kisses her teeth at that but fell silent as she was drawn into a one-armed hug by her husband Choji. Naruto too ignored it as he added, "I have already explained to Ino, but Shizuka will take over the greenhouses until Anko's punishment is lifted and the two will share joint control." Ino's telepathic rant was only heard by the Kage, who ignored it professionally as everyone else nodded and was oblivious to the extensive rambling of the missing blonde. Naruto looked to Kurenai and informed, "You are already aware, right?" The Jonin just nodded. Kurenai replied, "I will be fine. Ginma is the one I am worried about." Nodding, Naruto reported, "I'll probably assign Hanabi-chan to you anyway. Just to keep tabs on things when Mr. Casual is busy being a legendary shinobi." That got a few chuckles from those in the know, which was everyone, but Sakaria, who regarded the rather casual-looking man critically and assumed he was indeed such a man considering the reactions of everyone else. With a smirk, Genma nodded his agreement, and so Naruto moved on. As for Samui, glancing back at his Kage's seat where the busted blonde was enjoying a freshly brewed vanilla tea, only looking up when his eyes landed on her form as he finished. "I have yet to find someone for the financial reports." "I have someone in mind," Samui reported, and when he nodded she informed, "A Frost Genin I have noticed. His name is Wates Yashiteru. He is capable." Taking time to think on that, Naruto then asked, "I assume you are already training him?" "I am," Samui confirmed smoothly, so he nodded and replied, "Then that's fine then. Have him report to me when you deem him ready." She nodded before sipping her tea again as Naruto turned forward to the room at large and finished, "With that all decided, I assume all your reports." Unfortunately, this is when Kuratsuchi spoke up, interrupting the Kage. "Actually, there are a few other points that need to be covered." With a sigh that the Nara was proud of, Naruto looked to his left where his second-in-command was sitting in one of his chairs against the wall. Upon his nod, she informed, "Two things, but the first is the most urgent." Upon the second nod, Kuratsuchi glanced at Omoi, who sighed before she explained. It seems that the Grigori caught wind of our fertile nature. Every trained assassin present suddenly had eyes as solid as tungsten, death engulfing their frames as Naruto asked coldly. They what? With a grunt, expecting this reaction, Kuratsuchi nodded and explained. Omo informed me about a security breach. Turns out that our newest member had been requested to meet by Azazel. However, we suspect that he had an inkling of it before, and meeting with her only seemed to confirm their theories. All the dangerous eyes shifted to the eight-winged in question, who had her head down in shame, but as always, Omo stepped between them all and her without hesitation or flinching. Thankfully, the Earth Commander continued. As such, we crashed their meeting and confirmed that they did indeed have a theory based off us confronting them prior. How could they have known that? Chojuro asked, calmer than most, outwardly at least, though Ino spoke into her husband's head. Wait, remember when I accidentally went into sage mode? Naruto's eyes widened as he muttered. That's the wrong question. Drawing all attention to himself as he mentally gave Ino a thumbs up, and she grinned as she posed victoriously. After a moment, he looked up and zoned back in as he explained. When Ino and I entered Sage mode, it was really weird and not like the Sage mode I am familiar with. However, I recall being able to see life force and what I assume were souls. That brought a round of contemplation until Sakuya meekly raised a hand, drawing eyes to her, and upon her new leader's nod, she explained. I think that was actually an ability that most high-ranking angels possess. Typically, only cadres and upward can do it, but most fallen don't bother as it acts up more than not. So, when we confronted the Alliance yesterday, Kurenai whispered, getting nods from the room over, but it was Shikamaru who finished. Likely, Michael detected the pregnancies and informed the others. Then Azazel meeting with Sakuya was likely to ask for information but inadvertently confirmed that it was both sexes. Kuratsuchi supplied then grunted, not liking this at all, and most were in the same boat. After a few moments of silence, Kiba broke it. Then, the angels can track us then. Unlikely. Samui offered coolly, and Naruto added. The barrier I created around the village for our defense is shielding us from even the Shinto pantheon. If they can't peer in, then I doubt the angels can. However, this also means that the Alliance is going to be asking questions. Temari informed the forum, and Naruto met her gaze, but Kuratsuchi spoke first. I threatened our fellow cadres and the governor to keep their mouths shut. The ultimatum is simple: they will come here and prove they won't spill this to anyone, or we erase their memories, or just kill them outright. With a frown, Naruto reported tightly. And here I was trying to keep as many outsiders away as possible. With arm's reach, we can strike first, and now they will be in our home. Kuratsuchi just shrugged, as she claimed. They stumbled upon a double S-ranked secret. They either leave here in a body bag, or they will not remember coming in the first place. True. The room chorused. Besides Naruto, Samui, and Sakuya, the former two were too cool for that, and the latter was trying to come to terms with how candid her new allies were with potentially betraying their kin. After a moment, Sakuya spoke up. Is that not a bit over the top? All eyes looked back at her, and to be honest, what surprised her was the grim determination she saw from them all as Naruto spoke for the room. It is not what we want to do, but we may be forced to. Sakuya-chan, in our world, information is power. Loose ends and lips have killed more of us than we care to count. We no longer have the luxury to take such risks, and so, if needs be, we will strike for the safety of our children, of our future. It was clear to the recent addition that he didn't want to say that, and the weight of the room seemed to confirm that the others are very much the same. However, whatever they've gone through up until now has left its mark on them all. Here Sakuya thought she was damaged, and she now sees that these people are all just broken. Such a realization played across her face and got a half-smile from Naruto, who informed. Seems you are getting it now, Sakuya-chan. There is a reason the angels call us the fallen kintsugi, and not just fallen. Her eyes widen at that, like the pots that are repaired with gold, and put back together. In this context, then they are all warriors that broke or fell and then. Nodding, Naruto maintained his expression as he added, "Welcome to the Nightwing Legion, where the broken heroes are repaired and try to live again." There was a low chuckle from a few before he sighed, then looked back at his second and asked, "So, they're coming soon to talk about this?" "Fine, what about the second thing?" With a stiff nod, Kuratsuchi informed. "A group of devils are staying just outside the Yukai district and have requested an audience with the governor, Yasaka, and us. Though we were an afterthought, it seemed." With a frown, Naruto remarked, "An afterthought? Do I want to know?" She shrugged and he sighed again, rubbing his brow as he reached for his coffee again and muttered, "Troublesome." Everyone nodded their total agreement as Naruto sipped his drink and heard his wife sigh, letting him have that one, as this sounds like a lot for one meeting. Wanting to lift the mood she caused, Kuratsuchi spoke up again. "I do have some good news too." "Go on." Naruto spoke into his mug, and she informed. "The first of the prototype crystal weapons has proven to be an excellent success." "How so?" Shikamaru asked, brow arched, and Chojuro answered. "It was made from my chakra and is capable of producing water when I channeled my chakra into it. I created a few new attacks because of it." A gleam in Omoi, Sakuya, Ginma, and Naruto's eyes could not be missed as the former swordsman of the mist continued his explanation. "When I channeled a C-rank level of chakra into the weapon as I slashed, it created a blade of water that trailed after and increased the range by 10 meters. The many head nods showed the approval of the weapon users present, causing Chojuro to smile as he added, "Though right now it's getting an inspection, and we will test B-rank later today depending on the results." "So elemental swords then?" Omoi asked, and his fellow blade master nodded. Chojuro offered, "It would seem that way, yes." "Can we forge other things besides swords?" Temari asked, curiously, as this sounds like her wind could receive a major boost if they could create Tessen from these crystals. Kuratsuchi reported, "We have some other weapons on the drawing board, both full crystal and crystal-enhanced versions. We have been working with Sakura closely regarding this." All eyes looked to the Pinkette, who nodded as Sakura informed. "We are managing to create many different bacteria to accommodate chakra natures and densities. We are still working on incorporating more than one nature, but it is proving far more difficult. And will now be put on hold, due to your new status," Naruto informed, gesturing to her with his mug, and she rolled her green eyes, hands on hip. Sakura snipped. Yes, Mr. Kage. I know that already, sheesh." Kiba took up her hand, causing them to drop from her hips as she huffed while interlocking her fingers within his, and got a nod from the blonde in the center for his efforts at taming the rage-filled pink. "It is a shame that is the case," Kuratsuchi informed curtly, but Naruto again waved his coffee mug around as he interjected. "Let's get ourselves armed first." "How are we in that regard?" "We've increased our production by a third," Choji informed with a grin, getting one back from his friend and Kage. He then added, "The standard kunai and shuriken are in full production, but we are having problems with scrolls and the like." Nodding, Naruto then asked, "How about chakra paper?" Ino reported in his head. He perked up physically as she did. "It will take a few generations, a year or two at minimum. Unless the Yukai have an equivalent or a lesser version of it." Naruto hummed and nodded, as he replied aloud, "That's regrettable, but also expected, I suppose." He looked to Ko and ordered, "Ko, inquire about chakra-rich environments the Yukai are aware of, and will send Kiba's scout team to investigate." Both mentioned nodded their agreement to that, before Naruto informed the room. "Okay everyone. We have a busy schedule today, so let's get to work and see what crap we can clear." Everyone nodded when Kuratsuchi asked, "What about the devils?" "Fuck the devils," Naruto declared before snorting as he followed the others, who all chuckled out of the office, and his second-in-command shook her head as she grinned while following last, muttering with mirth about him adopting their bad habits. Report 7, Talisman. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Looking as serious as he was during the Great War, Azazel marches towards the barracks of the Imperial Palace and passes by the Yukai patrols, who promptly stand aside from this man on a mission. This continued all the way through until he meets with his cadres that are already up and awaiting his arrival. Arthur and Hera, Benemun, Baraquil, and Katerina, all looking just as serious as he was, and saluted when he stopped before them. It just seemed appropriate. The Governor-General nodded singularly at them, and they drop it. Azazel then asked, "Are you all ready?" No words were needed as they all inclined their heads singularly just as stiffly as his was. With a breath, he turns about and begins to stroll off with them all following silently. The other Grigori members picked up the mood and remained silent and perfectly formal. Seeing their leaders like this has them on edge. This naturally was picked up by their pure counterparts and their Yukai hosts, who reported back to their superiors. Surprisingly, it was Brynhilde and Rossweiss who find them first, but before they could ask, Azazel just shook his head subtly, and they stood back. Figured they should not get involved then, likely an internal matter, but then where is Cadre Naruto? As they reach the training ground, the fallen group come across their heavenly counterparts in the form of Michael and Raphael, both raising brows at the level of seriousness that their fallen counterparts were supporting. The leader of heaven spoke first. "Azazel, what is the problem?" With a tight breath, Azazel stops a distance from his fellow faction leader and reported. "Something has come up. That is all I can say for now." With a slow inclination of his head, Michael offered carefully. "Anything we can help with?" Azazel's grunt was deep as he shook his head, spinning up a transfer circle at his feet as he reported. "Not this time, Michael. We have to handle this ourselves." With a little frown, Michael asked, "Is it about what we spoke about?" "Unfortunately, no, it does not," Azazel replied just as Yasaka appeared from the other side of the former garden and was making her way over. Unfortunately for her, however, the transfer was just accepted by the other side, and so the governor reported. "We have to go. We'll be back soon." Michael and Raphael just nodded as the fallen group vanished. Yasaka, who just arrived, frowned at the sudden leaving without explanation and asked the two seraphim, "What was that all about, Lord Michael?" With a light sigh, the leader of heaven turned to the Kyubi. Michael replied, "Unfortunately, I too am in the dark about their actions, Lady Yasaka." Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower. Appearing in a flash, Azazel stands ahead of his party to find Genma and Sano Shirori waiting for him. Both well known, at least to the governor, and powerful 8-winged Nightwings, with eyes void of anything. This was serious as Genma spoke monotonously. "Follow us. Straying will not be wise for your health." Without acknowledging their response, the two Nightwings turned about and began heading to the door. With a breath, the group followed them. Immediately after leaving the transportation room, they noticed a masked person standing at ease along the path that led further down the corridor and into the tower's basement. They had a different armor set than even the two Nightwings escorting them, but they were First Legion too, as they had the Nightwing emblem on their left chest. Azazel did not observe the near statue long as he followed the two guides up the stairs, the other cadre following silently, though they too eyed up this new unknown unit cautiously. As they traveled, all lining the paths through the tower were those same animal-masked Nightwings, all looking like statues adorned with only the Nightwing insignia on their left chests and fully armed with a short blade over one or both shoulders, a few at the base of their backs. The windows did not show the outside but only white, indicating that a barrier was most likely in effect over the entire building and telling the governor that this was as serious as it got. Finally reaching the first floor, Azazel noticed that the way ahead was blocked by two masked Nightwings and followed Genma and Sano into the meeting room. The two mentioned stepped aside and flanked the door, standing at perfect attention as the Grigori step inside the room. Inside finds, who Azazel, Benemun, and Baraquil know were the four elemental commanders of the Nightwings. Shikamaru of Fire Company, Kuratsuchi of Earth Company, Chojuro of Water Company, Samui of Lightning Company, and Temari of Wind Company. At the table's head, his fingers interlocked before him on the solid black wood table, was their Kage, the Shodai Mitsukage Naruto. They all were staring at them with that same indifference seen in the eyes of Genma and Sano, like they were eyeing up targets and not comrades they were fighting alongside not even 2 days ago. A quick glance tells Azazel that Choji, Sakura, Hana, and Niwa were also present and standing at attention at the far side of the wall. Which is when the governor noticed that the window in here was also whited out and prevented viewing the village beyond. Naruto broke through their thoughts when he ordered, "Take a seat. We have things to discuss." They all nodded and took the available seating at the end by the door with Azazel at the end, Benemune and Baraquil flanking him, Katarina beside the former and opposite Arthur and Hera. This left 2 seats between the 2 sides on one, 3 on the other. The stares were unsettling, so Azazel broke the silence and began. "Naruto, I am aware of—" "Are you Azazel-san?" Naruto asked with no emotion, expression, or even inflection in his voice to determine any subtexts. Having to argue with an ageless fox entity gave him a few tricks to use in this situation, and he was not afraid to use them in defense of his people. Seeing the hesitation, the Mitsukiage continued blandly. "Information is power, regardless of creed, code, or allegiance. As Shinobi, we are intimately aware of this fact as it was our lifeblood. It is our lifeblood. You have recently come into contact with some that may prove to be very costly for us. We know that." Azazel spoke just as sternly, not breaking eye contact from the empty, void of everything blue eyes staring back at him with nothing in them. Not getting any reaction, he continued. "We have come up with a plan to ensure that this remains just that, a secret of the highest order and level. Just hear us out. We should be sure," Chojuro commented, equally as blandly, and looking back at Naruto as he finished. "Just wipe their memories of us for the last 24 hours. We will have to find out anyone else who knew or suspected too." Shikamaru added in a matching tone, that Kuratsuchi copied as she spoke. "That would involve Michael and Raphael." She looks from the Nara to the Kage and added, "That Kyubi too." Blue meets pink, both equally as blank as one another before a slow nod as the Mitsukiage looked back at the stunned purple opposite. Naruto spoke. "Azazel-san, as you can see, we have actionable options. How can we trust that this information will be kept between us?" Clearing his throat, swallowing to remoisten it, Azazel began. Static asterisk. As for the fallen grace system, Naruto spoke calmly, and all the Grigori blink at that, looking around the meeting room and finding everyone looking at them with natural expressions. Azazel looked confused, before meeting the risen brow of Naruto, who asked, "Something wrong, Azazel? You were the one to ask me about the progress we made." With a chuckle, the governor scratched the back of his head as he replied, "Sorry, my mind wandered there for a moment." With a sigh, Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes as she snipped. "No shit. You asked us to improve it, and now you can't even keep up with the explanation." "Are you okay, Azazel-sama?" Benemune asked with a clear sense of concern, drawing all the other Grigori to her. Every one of them shook off their confusion. With the governor clearing his throat, Azazel responded, "Yeah, sorry. So, what do you have for us?" "Good news, I guess." With a grin at the end, and this time Samui reported, "We have split the original single piece into a 5-rank system for ease of deployment and increased success rates." With a nod, Azazel asked, "What are these ranks, exactly, and what do they offer?" Shikamaru reported, "We took the liberty of using the church system as a way to give a clear indication of their target range." The Grigori members all nodded, and so he informed. "The lowest and the most common we are calling the Deacon piece. Offers nothing but a basic 2-set conversion and increased magic potential that is pre-aligned to corrupted light." They could all guess this was for any grunts they were looking at converting, and so upon their understanding nod, Shikamaru continued. "The priest piece is next and by default gives one 4 wings, if their power is comparable to that of 4 wings. They will also need to desire to have 4 wings, as with all these pieces, as free will is their driving force." "So no unwilling conversions?" Benemune asked, and the Nightwings all nod to confirm that was the case, glad for the quick uptake. Chojuro informed, "From our experience with the rogue devil problem, we believed it was best to offer a safeguard against such forceful attempts." Azazel nodded in agreement as he offered firmly, "Good call. Last thing we need are even more rogue kin of ours." All nod to that, so the governor asked. Then, based on the trend, Bishop is next? Nodding, Samui reported. Bishop onward can all fail if not implemented properly with success rates less than 50% by default. Many raised brows, Arthur asked. What happened if fail? One of two things. Shikamura pulling out papers and sighing, glancing back at them as he informed. The most likely is that nothing will happen. The piece will lose power and become inert. The second, well, they will not turn but the piece will dissolve and leave their magic system at some point. Contemplation came over the outsiders' faces, but as Naruto lowered his coffee back to the table he added. We haven't fully tested these as of yet, so these are our best guesses based off the information we have available to us. We do not want to rush this, you know? Everyone nodded to that, though Azazel offered thoughtfully. I have a few people who would jump at the chance to join our ranks. Is it possible to get a few to test? Can be arranged. Samui offered coolly with a glance at her partner, who nodded his assent. Barraquil, who had finally cleared the light fogginess, asked next. What about the last two ranks? Cardinals and Pope, I can assume. Shikamura nodded at that and informed. Cardinals have the opportunity to gain the maximum of 4 sets if they so wish, however that chance we have since calculated to be less than 20% at default. Their own willpower is required to increase that percentage, but if they fail to the whiplash, will be painful and at most they may end up with just a single set if any. There were a few grimaces from the fallen, grim nods of acceptance, and the Nara takes a sigh while looking to his friend. Seeing this, Naruto nodded and faced the people sitting opposite him, and informed. Before we get to the last piece, we should cover how to power these pieces. Getting a nod from Azazel, so he continued. Deacons require about 60% of a 6-winged angel's magic capacity to charge. That's kind of excessive? Barraquil asked, picturing the resources required for such a supposed basic piece compared to the devil's. Arthur and Hera nodded to that, though Benamion again asked. That was purposeful, right? All the Nightwings nodded to that, Temari answered. We do not want these to be used carelessly. It should make our fellows think before committing to the course of action. That will make a lot of people think all right. Azazel mumbled with his arms crossed, just as a sweet tea was placed down beside him by the ever-sweet Cheyenne. He smiled and thanked her before he commented. Won't they just charge them beforehand? They could. Chojuro commented with a slight nod, though was quick to amend. However, they will slowly bleed off their stored magic and create a trail that most would be able to follow. Everyone nodded, not an ideal thing to have to deal with regardless of the situation. Naruto then added. It is the same for the priests but with 8 wings. Cardinals with cadres. He trails off and they all caught on with Azazel finishing. Pope-level pieces require a Seraph-class fallen. The Nightwings nod, Chojuro informed. With the potential of reaching cadre class immediately, it is not a piece that should ever be used lightly. The chance of success also is incredibly low at just 10% by default. The amount of willpower required to pull it off is also extremely high, and requires significant effort to pull off. That was fair and justifiable. Cadres have a lot of power, and within this new Grigori, a lot of responsibility to live up to. It is not a rank that most will ever reach. Thus this piece will likely be only used once every few centuries at most if at all. After thinking on this for a few minutes while sipping his tea, Azazel nodded his acceptance, and met his fellow's solid gaze and responded. That is an understandable decision you have made, and I can understand why. As such, when can you start producing them? Yet it was Samui who answered. We are currently streamlining the process, focusing on deacon and priest pieces. Nodding, Benamion asked. How many do you have ready at current? 12 deacon, half of that in bishops. Samui informed coolly and with a side glance to the woman, who nodded. Azazel asked. Can we get a hold of? Genma suddenly appeared and placed a small wooden box down before them, then slid it towards the governor who caught it. The box wasn't anything flashy or ornate, just a plain wooden box that he parted to find several pieces, in the shape of the checkers game called men. Each disc had either 1 line or 2 lines etched into them. Again, nothing flashy and clearly pragmatic in their design, which is something that Azazel has come to expect from his shinobi forces. With a grin, he takes a piece and can feel his magic seeping into the small gray piece as he offered. A clean, uncomplicated design. Nice work. Samui nodded once, accepting the gesture but saying nothing more. With that over, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Naruto asked, sipping his coffee idly, and drew attention to him. Azazel placed the piece back in the box and looked at his fellow and asked, Well, we are dying to read the reports of the operation. Not the doctored ones you give the yokai, but the raw, honest ones you keep here. The other cadres, beside Baraquil and Benemune, snapped back to their governor in surprise. Shikamaru sighed out. Troublesome. Did you really need to say that aloud? Kuratsuchi mumbled as Naruto too sighed at the way that was worded. Glancing to his side, Hana nodded and went to go retrieve said reports promptly, allowing the black bang blonde to add. Again, we don't doctor anything. Azazel chuckled mirthfully before he quipped. Alright, just casually omit your techniques and capabilities. I forgot. The shinobi trained all just shrugged casually, not revealing their hands is a basic principle they live by, and likely will save them more than enough times to justify it to their allies. They will not lose sleep over it. After a minute of idle chatter, Naruto, noticing the concerned stare on him from Katarina but paying it no attention at current, Hana returned with the undoctored reports from Operation Dawnbreak and handed the 7 reports out. One from each participant, minus 10, and the master report that collected the accounts all together into a single document. Azazel went straight for the master report. The handwriting suggested that it was written by Cheyenne and began to read it over. Benemune read through Shikamaru's report, recalling spotting him once within her operational area, and was curious. Baraquil was reading Naruto's, wanting to know about that overwhelming lightning attack and its name. If possible, create his own variation on it, and maybe ask about a training session or two. Arthur, however, asked about the missing one. What about the one assigned near me? Tenten her name. Naruto glanced to the medic in the room, who nodded. Hana reported. She was injured during a surprise encounter. As she is still undergoing treatment, no report has been filed yet. With a frown, Azazel reads that part and looks up with a hardened expression as he asked. Not that I doubt you, any of you at all, but this signature. Naruto nodded and guided his eyes to Gunma, who responded sharply. Yeah, I am certain. I was in close contact with that Graphia devil and I kicked this guy in the face. I know their signatures. With a nod, Azazel reported. Well, his name is Euclid Lucifuge. Last loyal member of the Lucifuge household and servant of Lucifer. Kuratsuchi wrote down the name while she nodded and spoke. Then, Old Devil faction is trying to find and kidnap us too, noted. For what purpose, we won't know until Tenten awakens. Temari offered calmly, getting nods from most of the room, but Naruto's eyes narrowed, recalling what he heard earlier, and informed. Speaking of which, the damn bats are on the outskirts of the city. The Grigori members were surprised by this, and so Kuratsuchi informed. One of our patrols came into contact with them. They want to talk apparently. Something about circumventing their council and having to use alternative methods of communication. With a grunt, Azazel asked. We got any names? Nodding, Kuratsuchi informed. One Venelana Gremory, her daughter, and her friend along with a bunch of others. Azazel rose a brow at the name, and responded somewhat confused. She's the mother of the sitting Satan Lucifer. The hell's she doing here? With air quotes, Kuratsuchi repeated. To talk, apparently. Reaching for her drink as she finished, getting nods from the others and a grunt from the governor, Azazel replied. I'll take care of it. What will you all be doing? We have internal matters to tend to. Naruto informed sternly, causing a nod from the governor, who sipped on his drink. He then looked to Katarina and asked. Though I believe I need to speak with Katarina. A light cough from Benemune caused him to adjust. And Benemune separately. Some rules and security concerns we have been discussing. Anything I should be aware of? Azazel asked with a brow raised, yet Naruto waved him off as Benemune replied. No, just some advice on Legion activities. Seeing as mine primarily deals with back-end administration and intelligence support, I wanted to get his input on a few things. Azazel just nodded before returning to his reading. Seeing this, Naruto cleared his throat and instructed. With that over, you can see yourselves out, right, Azazel? Not looking up, Azazel grunted, and so the Kage stood along with his commanders and Benemyun and Katarina. Looking to Genma, Naruto added. Be sure they reach the transport circle. Genma nodded along with the others as the blonde looked to Hana and added. You are dismissed too. We'll talk later. Hana nodded and headed out after the others. Night Tower, top floor. Reaching the next floor up, Naruto turns on his two guests and instructed. Katarina, this is my office here. Head inside and wait, please. Hesitantly, Katarina nodded and replied. You will not be long, Pupsik? With a soft smile, Naruto shook his head and informed. Not long. She nodded and stepped into the office as the secret seraph gestured Benemyun to follow, and headed to the door opposite. Opening it showed an empty office space, a perfect mirror to his own but with dust sheets covering the desk, seats, and the sofa. The walls were bare too and the blinds were closed. After flicking the light on and closing the door, privacy seal powering up, Naruto pulled out two seats beside the desk and confronted the now sitting Benemyun, who asked immediately. Why did you not remove my memories? You are too vital to mess with. Naruto replied without delay and caused her brows to shoot up. Looking into her orange eyes with his blue, that now held a golden ring around their outer rim, he continued. Of the entire Grigori organization, Benemyun, you alone are irreplaceable. Azazel, me, heck even Shamahazai, can all be replaced. You, however, can't. With a frown, Benemyun replied. I think you are. I am not. Naruto informed firmly and without hesitation as he folded his arms and leaned back in his seat. With a hard stare, he added. As such, you need to be aware of more things than Azazel does. You are more likely to come into information that will need to be acted upon. Whether you do so with your third or pass it on to me and my first. After a few moments, Benemyun responded. You are being awfully trusting. I have served Azazel-sama for centuries now. What would you do if I informed him that? That's the whole point, Benemyun. Naruto cut her off, raised hand briefly before he returned it to cross over his chest, and watched her bite her lip as he added. You know Azazel better than anyone. Heck, I doubt there is anyone else who cares and knows more about the Grigori than you. Letting out a soft breath, Naruto whispered. We both know that he wants me to take over for him at some point in the future. Upon her nod, he continued. And so, I will need you at that time to help me too. I doubt I will be able to manage alone at that time, and having a friend at my side, a familiar face for everyone else, will make things a hell of a lot easier. With another breath, hand running through his locks once, Naruto finished. So, I am choosing to trust in you too. Was I wrong too? His voice fell flat at the question, and caused Benemyun to fall deep into her thoughts to contemplate this. Naruto's office. At the same time, Katarina closed the door behind her and noticed her Pupsik lead Benemyun into the office opposite. She was curious as to what they would discuss but was broken from it when a voice from behind her called. Katarina-san, we need to talk. Snapping back, Katarina found that blonde from the other day standing before a pair of seats. Getting a good look at her this time, she stood at about 5'7" with fair skin and solid light greenish-blue eyes. She had long platinum blonde hair that had streaks of silver within it and secured in a ponytail or in a fringe barely covering her right eye. Unlike the other Nightwings Katarina has seen, she was not wearing the uniform but rather a high-collared purple blouse and black cargos with covered sandals. Her bare arms were covered in fishnet armor and were crossed under her smaller than her bust. Though the cadre noticed that on her left arm had a band with that same crest her Pupsik wears. With her inspection over, Katarina asked firmly. You, from the basement. The woman nodded and gestured to the two seats ahead of her, facing one another with a small table with steaming teas upon it, as she replied. Yes, that was me. Though I think we need to have a word about your pupsic. You call him, right? Katerina's green eyes hardened as she replied. Do not mock me. Who are you? With a soft smile, this Nightwing offered calmly. My name is Ino, leader of Nightwing Intelligence, and the only reason you still remember the full conversation in the meeting room. Katerina relaxed her shoulders, recalling how her fellow cadres seemed to have blacked out briefly, and slowly inclined her head. Seeing that, Ino gestured to the set table and chairs as she took one while she instructed. Now let's have a chat. Cautiously, Katerina approached and sat while the blonde girl poured out the tea for them both. Once the kettle was placed, Ino spoke candidly as she lifted her cup. Naruto told me you wanted to date him. Care to explain? Katerina's hand froze briefly in its grasping of the cup handle, glancing up at the woman who was calmly sipping her tea and asked. That is of a concern of you? Clearing her throat, Ino nodded and replied. It is, in fact. Considering his position and connections, we of the intelligence department have to be aware of them all. No Nightwing as of yet have entered a relationship beyond our group. Thus, we are taking a vested interest in this case. Lifting the cup as she listened, Katerina supposed that this could be true and even more, so she has not heard of any connections between this secretive legion and the rest. So, perhaps this is to be expected. Considering that he is a seraph too, it stands to reason that many will try, and they are being careful. Swallowing the jasmine tea, Katerina nodded her acceptance and replied. Duh. I see. Though this is private. I do not wish to. You already know he is a seraph. Ino commented casually before sipping her tea, getting a risen brow from her white-haired opponent that was ignored. After swallowing again, swirling the good brew, she added. As the second of such within the Grigori, he will soon hold a lot of power and influence. She paused and looked up at the cadre opposite and added. Well, more than he already holds, that is. So, what we are trying to determine is why you are seeking to get involved with our leader romantically. After pulling the fine cup from her lips, Katerina pursed them and contemplated how to explain herself to this woman. How can you possibly express the loneliness of centuries endured by your own violation, letting out your anger on others who cross you over and over again as that is what felt right at the time? How do you explain the consequences that came around from the reputation of wrath you had created was that of soul-crushing loneliness? That due to her own actions, people only know fear around you, and never see you as a person, let alone a woman, and just a wrathful entity that you must obey or die. Taking another sip of the tea, Katerina met the calm eyes of her opponent who was sitting calmly opposite, and, as she lowered the cup, she informed. It is simple. He does not fear me. Ino's raised brow pushed her to elaborate, and so she continued. I am wrathful. Angel of anger, and over time many have come to fear that of which I was once. Before, all I did was rage and kill those who stood against me. Her razor-sharp eyes softened after she said that, and, after a breath to calm down, Katerina added. It was okay at first. Many idiots stopped bothering me for a long time. But, after some time, as she took a breath, Ino supplied. It was lonely, right? No one understood you or wanted anything to do with you out of fear of what you might do. With a stiff nod, Katerina responded. And it was okay at first. Many years it was fine. But the time went by and others fell in love and married. Always happy with one another, and I wanted that too. Taking a sip of her tea before placing down the cup, she added. A few tried, but more than few stepped out and I got angry. You killed them then? Ino offered as she poured a refill for both of them and noticed the cadre's nod, thus asked. Then you have been without a man since then? Nodding, Katerina replied. Duh. I have been alone above my children. As she sat back down, Ino asked. Children? Duh, they take my orders. No relation. Katerina waved off distractedly while she reached for her refilled tea, and the blonde nodded, understanding she actually meant subordinates. Naruto did warn her that her manner of speech takes some getting used to, but still. They all fearful. None dare touch or betray or they die, Katerina informed casually, distractedly even as she focused on her tea again, and Ino just nodded, coming to understand this woman before her. The cadre takes a sip before she continued. But he is different. A distant smile took up Katerina's face, Ino noted, as the cadre explained. We met during meetings at headquarters. No hesitant to sit with me. Whole meeting no fear of me. When we get phone, he asked me for numbers immediately. I was surprised. Chuckling brought the attention to the platinum blonde, who nodded and Ino explained. He's like that. He doesn't care about what other people say about you. Your actions tell your story, and he reads that instead. Nodding absent-mindedly while in thought on that, Katerina supposed that seemed like her pupsic and spoke again. Duh. SOSO. We talk on phone a lot. He joke and plays my game. Words are so interesting and tell of persons. She smiled softly, looking at the woman opposite and informed. Child, he never scared and tell me off once. I was so embarrassed. Ino snorted, yeah, she knows the feeling being scolded by the knucklehead is embarrassing as all hell as it tells you that you messed up big time. It also, unfortunately, means that you deserved it too, so add frustrated to that list too. Sipping her tea and lowering her cup, Katerina then explained. Just other day, this foolish thing tried sell information, but my children caught him. As he begged for his life on knees before me, pupsic voice said, Why you do this? You stupid? And I just felt silly and sent him away. She looked just as irritated recalling it as she did at the time. Despite it being her voice, it was clear she only heard Naruto's. Even though it annoyed her, her heartbeat quickened too at the thought of him caring enough to actually stand against her, and her pale cheeks darkened lightly in a tint of pink. Ino saw this and knew immediately that she would have been relentless in her pursuit, thus glad this was being handled early so they could either nip this in the bud or cultivate it appropriately. So, time for her to play her part in this ploy. For her husband and children's future. He is only like that when he cares about you. Ino began, drawing the cadre from her thoughts. Katerina rose a brow as she continued. He listens to you ramble all day long, but if you step on a boundary, he will scold you for going overboard. You know this how? We've been friends for a long time. Since we were kids, actually. Ino casually mentioned, drawing the woman in and hopes this works. Losing her casualness, Katerina asked. You say you are intelligence child. Yet you speak more personal now. Why? With a soft nod, swirling her tea and without looking away from it, Ino offered. I told you, didn't I? Considering his position and connections, I have to be aware of it all. With narrowing eyes, Katerina responded. Not professional, is it? Finally looking up, a face of utmost seriousness, Ino reported. Both, actually. Taking a sip of her tea without breaking eye contact, she then added. You see, as soon as it becomes clear the position my husband will take in the future, many people like you will come out of the woodwork and try woo him. Katerina's eyes widened slightly at what she called her pupsic, then narrowed dangerously as she asked. You are Pupsic's wife? With a stern nod, Ino replied. That I am, however, that is not why I called you here today. Then what is, child? Do not play game or I will play you. And risk his rage upon you. Ino asked with a raised brow, her crossed leg bouncing slowly and watched as Katerina paused. With a nod, the blonde added. Besides, our relationship with one another is only known by our commanders, and now you. She sighed as she looked down into her cup, the cadre watching her every move as she was trying to figure out this game. Eventually, Ino whispered. We both know that if our relations become known, everyone will be after me to get to him. She then met the gaze of the cadre firmly and asked. He never mentioned me to you, right? Like at all. Katerina shook her head and replied. Yet, not one. With a perfect resigned half-smile, Ino nodded as she commented. Yeah, well, for my safety he acts as if I don't exist. He smiles and flirts with others to sell the fact that he is alone at night. Timing her sigh of defeat perfectly, staring into the swirling liquid she whispered barely loud enough to be heard by the cadre's enhanced hearing. All because I am not strong enough. As predicted, Katerina heard and was folding that into her calculations as she was trying to figure out why she was actually here. Her pupsik is married already but did not reject her and embraced instead. Said he trusted but not tell of wife? Now wife tells that it for her own safety. He does to protect her. But then why? Focusing on her senses, this wife is but a child next to her. 6, maybe 8 at best. No, 6 says she has no strength to stand prideful at Pupsik's side. But Pupsik said he trusted yet not tell of wife. Seeing the scowl forming on her opponent, Ino figured she is going down a different path and ponders how to correct her. Thus, she informed. I know he loves me, and we are going to try have a family when things settle down. But it's kinda tough to plan as no doubt everyone will be after our children and me. I'm worried it would stress him out a lot more and so... She trailed off upon seeing Katerina's nod of understanding. Any woman would want to start a family with the one they loved. That is what the cadre wants now more than anything else now that she found a pupsik who fits her preference. But he is married to this child. Vacant office. Benjamin finally looks up from her contemplation and into the gold ring blue slit eyes of her friend and asked. Not to be presumptuous or even pretentious about this, but what are you going to give me in return? With a half smile, Naruto replied calmly. I am not saying this lightly, or ever again, but your cooperation literally decides the fate of the Grigori here. I don't want to, but Azazel made a good point back there. A civil war will end us, both of us that is. Upon her nod, he continued. We could go into hiding, sure, but then our grandchildren would suffer from a myriad of issues we can avoid now. At some point, yes, we shall reveal the secret we share, but by then, we will be far more secure and capable. With a sigh, Naruto actually answered her question. With that in mind, I am willing to do one thing you ask of me. No questions asked, no strings attached. You asked me and it will be done without fail. How does that sound? Thinking on that for a full minute, a metaphorical light bulb went off in Benjamin's head, and thus she smiled knowingly as she informed. Make it 3, a privacy card, and a matching set of your armor in my style. Quirking a brow and chuckling with mirth, Naruto asked. An opportunistic, huh? Folding her own arms beneath her large breasts, legs folding sensually, and with a confident smile, Benjamin looked dead into his eyes as she stated firmly. You need me more than I need you. If you wipe my memories, then you are on your own for when this gets out and you know it. She shrugged yet noticed his eyes hadn't left hers and her smile grew teasing, wondering idly how much she could push this chance. Besides, having the pinnacle of Nightwing equipment would be oh so much fun. She just knew it. Naruto thought on it for a while, considering what the hell she would need done that required 3 favors for. The gear, although troublesome, was not really an issue. It would be on back order though, as their frontline fighters needed it first. Thus, he asked, What do you need 3 for? With another careful shrug, Benjamin replied. Does it matter, Naruto-kun? After a moment of staring, he scratches the back of his head as he replied. I'm just following some advice I got, you know. About making promises. Benjamin obviously recognized what he was getting at and her smile widened, smugness settling in as she asked back. Oh, am I a lady in your eyes now? I am so going to regret this, right? Naruto replied, ignoring the question, but she didn't care as she knows she has won, thus her exaggerated head nod. With a deep breath, he mumbled. Guess this is better than deals with the devil. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Benjamin chided with no intent behind it. She was positively glowing in smug satisfaction at the situation. Annoyed, Naruto rebuffed. The gear and 1 favor. Now you're just being petty. Benjamin responded with a gentle chuckle, her teasing smile never moving and eyes gleaming at the control she had right now. After a moment longer, he added. You are going to have to finish clearing out the pests in the 3rd, you know? Why are you stalling? Benjamin asked with a light chuckle this time. She then pressed. You know it is not nice to keep a lady waiting. Shaking his head, Naruto finally replied. 2 then. She rose a brow, and he finished. Fine, 3 but no gear. I will have matching gear to yours. Benemune informed with a wide smile, and he rose a brow, but after a moment, Naruto grinned and that halted her high spirits. Seeing as that counts as one, then you have two left. She narrowed her eyes, adjusting her glasses, and snipped back. You haven't agreed yet. Naruto just grinned knowingly as the two stared at each other. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. A smirking Azazel is ushered into Yasaka's office, Baraquil at his side, to find both Yasaka and Michael there waiting for him. The moment the door shuts, the QB asked. Well? Blinking owlishly, Azazel asked. Well, what? With brows arched, his fellow leaders shared a glance before Michael asked. The Nightwings? Oh, that? False alarm. Azazel informed with a chuckle, pulling out a nondescriptive box and added. You probably detected these guys. They've been trialing experimental gear, and in their haste they did not check their pockets. Naturally all eyes were on the box with Michael taking the bait and asked. What are they? Admittedly, he could feel flickers of life energy from them but far fainter than back in the teleportation room where they had run into the Nightwings. Though, the Archangel was certain that he was not mistaken and will ask Naruto later about it directly. Azazel, though, was quick to explain as he informed. These are the experimental patch of the Fallen Grace pieces. Our reincarnation system. His brother was intrigued, but Yasaka was not and made that known. I do hope you forgive my lack of pleasure at seeing or discussing them. Looking to the scowling QB, Azazel wouldn't blame her and instead informed. I understand your stance, Lady Yasaka, however these have been designed and constructed in a completely different manner to that of the evil pieces. Everything about them is different from the approach to the manner of which they are used. Yasaka still looked unconvinced, and so he added. For example, even if I wanted to reincarnate you, not that I would, but the basis of these things requires you to want to become a fallen in the first place. Seeing as you wouldn't even if I used it on you. It wouldn't work? Michael asked and both present fallen nod, which did not remove the scowl but at least pacified the Yukai for now. She will have to adjust the Alliance Charter a bit to include rules regarding reincarnation. The leader of heaven then asked. Then, what other rules are there at the moment? Baraquil answered. Benemune is currently getting the full rundown and documentation from the Nightwings as we speak. They are the ones who designed and created them after all. They did, huh? Yasaka murmured, eyes narrowed dangerously and tails flickering at her back. It was clear that she was not happy with that news, or the fact she was not informed. I entrusted the task to them as I knew they'd make a far more friendly system than the one devils use. Azazel informed sternly, drawing eyes to him and his firm visage. He then added, We do not want a second rogue problem, nor do we want to force people into our ranks. This fallen grace system is largely dependent on the receiver's willpower and desires. If they don't truly want to become one of us, then it won't work. Interesting. Michael murmured and the other angels nodded, though Yasaka remained unconvinced and decided to move things along and asked. Regardless, did the Nightwings mention anything about their reports? Baraquil immediately pulled out the master report and placed it on the desk as he stated. Lady Yasaka, this is the master report for Operation Dawnbreak. Their internal one, that is. Confused, Yasaka was about to ask when Azazel informed. It's the undoctored version of the one you would normally get. Frowning, the QB asked. They doctored their reports? With a sigh, Azazel informed. Well, kinda. Mainly just their specialist technique names and effects. That way, no one snooping through record rooms can read up on their abilities. Although still upset at the news, Yasaka understands somewhat as she recalled their earlier discussions about their chakra techniques. Skills used solely for killing and killing efficiently across the scales spectrum. Still hurts that they do not seem to trust them any more than before. Then again, as she pulls open the scroll, she also recalls the sheer number of spies they had found during their sweep, so there is definitely a method to their madness. She will get over it as it was not done with malicious intent. Oh, and before I forget. Azazel spoke up and gained the room's attention as he looked incredibly serious. Upon the two leaders' nod, he informed. Naruto is pissed off as there was another attempt at kidnapping his kin. Like royally pissed off. Frowning, Michael, who had moved beside Yasaka to read over the report also, asked. Kidnapping attempts? Baraquil nodded once as he informed. The first one was during the Battle of Ku. The second was during Operation Dawnbreak. Both were of the Lucifuge. Devils? Why am I not surprised? Yasaka muttered, even more upset at this development. There are not any good things that could be related to such a move, and their intent was clear by targeting the Nightwings. No doubt Naruto will respond directly to any further attempts on his people. Which actually reminds me of something else. Azazel informed again, dragging everyone from their thoughts as he added. There is actually a group of devils wanting an audience with us. They have. I am aware of their presence too. Yasaka informed calmly with a nod before jabbing a finger on the report in hand as she finished. However, I wanted to read this report before dealing with them. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Medical Wing. Entering the medical wing, Naruto spoke. In all honesty, we've been meaning to expand this into a full hospital, but we don't really have the resources. Looking over, Amano stiffened upon seeing their leader, and quickly gave herself a once-over to ensure her uniform was spotless. Though she noticed that he was not alone and was with a long purple-haired woman, pride-filled orange eyes and a bust that was a cup or two larger than her own. When her brown eyes met blue, that seemed to soften, the medical ninja's smile formed, and with her calling out, Amano asked eagerly. It's good to see you, Naruto-sama. What brings you here today? Well, Amano-chan, I wanted to check up on Tenten and also heard that our guests were here after this morning's training session. Naruto informed calmly, gaining the attention of the bed-bound Kunoichi. Despite being slightly drugged up, Tenten reported. Gonna be out for too long, Naruto. You know that, right? Yeah, figured after seeing the sorry state you were in when Asuka dropped you off. Naruto informed, moving to the bed's side, and the last member of the late Team 10 grumbled about being blindsided. After a breath, Tenten's brown eyes locked on to Naruto's blue and spoke. Look, the guy was powerful. I wasn't exactly armed to deal with someone that powerful. Upon his nod, she added. Plus, I think I got a pretty good shot at him with my light tags. Not sure though, as you know, the whole hit by a speeding rock thing. It's cool, Tenten. Just glad Genma got to you in time. Naruto assured softly, placing his hand atop hers with a smile. A light nod. As the Kunoichi offered a tight smile, Tenten whispered beneath a breath. Yeah, well, it was really close. Stepping up to Naruto's side, Benemune informed. We have identified your attacker, in case you are curious, Tenten-san. Perking up, Tenten looked to the woman and nodded, so the cadre informed. His name is Euclid Lucifuge. An ultimate-class devil and servant of the old faction's Lucifer. It took a few moments for that to sink in. The drugs were kicking her mental ass at the moment, but when it did, Tenten whistled with a grin, looking to Naruto and exclaimed. Totally could have beaten an ultimate class if I had known. With a roll of his eyes, Naruto snipped. Yeah, miss weapons you could have. She placed scowls, glaring, as she quipped. I could have. Just watch, I'll prove it next time. Pointing to the arm, Naruto retorted. You ain't doing shit till this is handled. You're off combat duty for at least a month, you know. Glaring heatedly, Tenten reported. I was told 2 weeks. And I'm telling you, a month, minimum. Naruto rebuffed, glaring back just as fiercely, and she scowled harder. After a moment, she countered. 3 and I get notes on. Month and access to all mission reports regarding this devil's movements we come across? Naruto countered her counter, and she paused to consider it. He added. Or a month and a half, with no complaints, and I grant you access to the good stuff. He whispered conspiratorially at the end, as if not to be overheard, and the bed-bound Kunoichi perked up visibly, almost vibrating at the thought of that good stuff. After a moment, Tenten looked back at him with a side eye of disbelief and muttered. You never give me access to that level of the good stuff. What's in it for you? With a grin, he offered a soft shrug, causing her to eye him up then down then up again, while maintaining her skeptical gaze. After a moment, Tenten asked, "What's the catch? Do you not trust in me, Tenten?" Naruto asked in amusement, and she gave him a deadpan that caused him to chuckle and wave off as he reported. "Honestly, I am just concerned that you, like most, are probably going to skip out at the first opportunity." With a sigh, arms now crossed, Naruto added, "Handing over grade 3 explosives is a small price to pay to get you back to your peak again. Even if it takes you a little longer." Inclining her head slowly, Tenten replied carefully, "I thought I was getting grade 4s. Snorting, Naruto quipped, "Considering the damage you caused with grade 2s in that last mission? Nah, grade 3s are where I draw this line. After a few missions I may consider limited usage of grade 4s, but I doubt that I would ever grant you grade 5s. She scowls at him for that, ignoring the shocked look on the cadre's face. Tenten rebuffed, "Hey, I do good work and you know it. If anyone is more deserving of tactical and strategic grade explosive notes. Yeah, it's you." Naruto waved her off calmly, glancing back and noticing the shock on Benjamin's face and the concern on Amano's, which was warranted in all honesty. Looking back at his friend in the bed, he finished, "Which is why I need you back at 100%. So, no causing trouble, no escape attempts, and definitely no pointy things thrown inside the clinic. We clear?" Frowning, Tenten went to counter but paused and eventually, with soft protest, she nodded and replied, "Fine, but I expect grade 4s. 3s, and yes, once Hana gives me a clean bill of health, you will have your tactical grade gear." Naruto informed calmly, and she nodded stiffly, satisfied with this deal. Glancing back at the room, the secret seraph's eyes land upon the brother and sister duo. The older brother was staring back in a basic defensive position before his younger sister. Commendable, to be sure, but also unnecessary as Naruto spoke. "Relax, young devil. I am the leader of these people, and my commanders have informed me of your plight." The shaggy brown-haired mid-teen inclined his head slowly, showing his understanding, but his brown eyes did not leave the cadres before him and listened as the male continued. "I can help you by sealing off that evil piece you both have, however, removing it might take a bit of time. If you can, Nakao-san, maybe assist with that endeavor, it should. If that is what you want as payment, then I am all for it." Nakao reported and Naruto nodded, with a grin as he replied, "It will be your first assignment from me, okay?" Stopping before the teen, who nodded, the cadre offered a hand as he spoke. "My name is Naruto. Fallen cadre leader of the Grigori 1st Legion, the Nightwings. Pleasure to be working with you." Looking from his face to the hand, the teen took the hand and replied equally as formally. "My name is Nakao Akira, apprentice wizard. This is my little sister Ihara Akira. She only knows the basics, but I promise we won't let you down." With a firm shake, Naruto releases his hand and commented, "I will hold you to that promise, Nakao-san. After all, promises are things I do not take lightly. I hope you understand that point." The kid nodded sternly, Nakao informed. "I swear it. We will show you." With a grin, Naruto nodded and then asked, "Now then, show me your chest so I can place the seal." Hesitant for a moment, not that anyone blamed him, Nakao did so and took off his shirt, revealing his barely toned chest. Studying his sensory for a bit, Naruto inspects the barely settled evil piece and his erratic magical signature. It was clear he was consciously managing it, and that showed his great skill and determination. Same with his sister. What kind of basics were they talking about? It took them all months to gain this level of control with their magic. Admittedly, they got lazy after a while and just leave it tied to their chakra, but still. With a nod, Naruto pulls out a stack of tags from his equipment pouch and began going through them looking for the right seal. As he does, they all hear as he murmured, "No, not that one, that's way over, a 3-pronged? Nah, I was looking for this 5-element. Overkill here." After a nod, Naruto continued shifting through the stack and whispered, "Maybe a 2-element? I thought I had a 1 or 3 in here. Reaching the bottom of the stack, he finds what he was looking for and grins while taking 2 out and muttered. Good, got 2 of them with 1 left. Should probably make a few more of these things. Looking back at the topless teen, Naruto informed. This is a basic 1-element seal. It will contain your devil energy, and only it, until I release it. Though, due to its basic principles, you will need to come back here to get the excess energy drained from it as it can't do it on its own. With a thick layer of skepticism, Nakao nodded and asked. A piece of paper? Are you sure that it can? With a mirthful chuckle, Naruto jerked a finger over at the bed-bound kunoichi and informed. My friend over there has wiped a few small armies out with these pieces of paper. On several occasions. Including the night before last. The humans nearby looked incredulously at the presented articles and Benemune did not blame them. She was just as skeptical herself the first time these paper tags, as they call them, were introduced to her and the others of the Grigori. Safe to say, there is not one fallen who doesn't want to get their hands on them at this point. So, to help her future leader out, Benemune cleared her throat delicately, and when all eyes landed on her form, she smiled while she informed. Think of them more of talismans, and yes, I can and have witnessed them do many things. From defensive barriers to large-scale demolition. Admittedly, I am still in the dark about how they work, but Naruto-sama is an expert on them. She too then gestured to the kunoichi who had perked up upon the words. Large-scale demolition. And added. And Tenten-san is an avid user of them. She recently survived a fight against an ultimate-class devil and forced his retreat using them. That's nuts. Issei muttered, Saji nodded, while Yashigahara commented. Truly an esoteric art, must grant great power and patience in equal measure. However, Nakao sighed softly and nodded while he offered. We have come this far, Naruto-san. I will ensure we will continue to come here. Naruto just nodded, though noticed the little sister. Ihara was her name, was trying to inspect the seal. Maybe a future seal user, he mused. Looking back at the brother, he asked. Good, when you're ready I will start. Nakao just nodded, so Naruto placed the 1-element seal over where the evil piece was, his heart and magic core, then went through 4 one-handed signs as he whispered. Fuin, 1-elemental seal. There was a pulse of chakra-laced magic, barely noticeable to most, but the humans all felt it like a ping, and they flinched from its volume. Nakao, though, watched the ink seem to glow golden for a few moments, and felt something start constricting around his chest. As he started to feel dizzy, Mickey appeared at his back and supported him as the light-headedness slowly began to fade. By the time Nakao looked back down, there was a circle of ink around what looked like a pawn chess piece. Frowning, he looked up and saw the fallen angel also frowning. Naruto muttered. I really do hate those things. Blue slit eyes meet his brown and the cadre continued. It was successful, and the piece is sealed. However, I really hope that you work diligently to figure out a way to remove that thing from your body. Nakao nodded as he panted, helped to the nearby bed by the older woman as he replied. I won't fail. I swear it. Nodding, Naruto then looked to the young girl. She had the same shade of brown hair but in twin braided tails that only reached her shoulder blades and had followed her brother to the bed. The nice lady helped him too. With a sigh, he added, Your turn, Ihara-san. Ihara flinched at her name being called, carefully turning back to the leader who pointed to the bed at her back, and she nodded, understanding what was being asked of her. After sealing off the girl's pawn piece too, Naruto made his way to the 2 human families and smiled at the old man in the bed as he spoke. Well, Yashigahara-san. I hear you've been attending all the morning sessions despite my medical staff's warnings. Care to explain? His tone was loaded in mirth and a light amount of disbelief and bewilderment. The older gentleman just chuckled and smirked himself, Yashigahara reported. Well, can't tell my grandchildren one thing and not do it now, can I? With a chuckle, Naruto nodded and replied. I guess not, old man. I guess not. After that, he looked to Genshiro and offered a nod while he commented. Settling in okay, Genshiro-san? With a nod, Genshiro reported. Yeah, the place is cool. I really like the blade throwing a lot. He chuckled as he scratched the back of his head and finished. Even though Tenten-san says that I have no talent for it. Naruto glanced back at the kunoichi, who looked away pointedly, then back at the blonde and informed. Don't listen to her. She can throw a shuriken at 100 meters and chop off the wings of a fly without killing it. Keep at it and prove her wrong. There were a few glances at the pretending to sleep Tenten in bewilderment or awe, but Jinchuru just nodded, assured in himself a bit. His siblings too looked more determined and all looking a lot healthier than back in that apartment. Good, with Choji near enough in charge of their diet and Sakura assuring they are in peak medical condition, there are no worries in that regard. Finally, Naruto looked at the Hayate family and sighed again, before approaching them, and Goro stepped ahead of his son with a handout for a shake. Taking it without hesitation, the cadre offered. Goro Hayate, former hero of the hero faction. I will apologize for the rough handling back in Ku. However, time was short, and you have been rather rude to my people since you awoke here, I hear. With a sigh of his own, Goro released his grip and replied truthfully. Yeah. I am aware that it was unbecoming of myself and my family. However, you have to understand that. Your previous experience with Fallen. Yeah, we got that and is the reason you are not in our dungeon right now. Naruto reported sternly, not sugarcoating anything here. As Mickey joins them, he continued. You are not the first person to only see us as fallen instead of ourselves, and we have killed plenty of heroes in the past. I will not lie about that. Both parents nod, it was to be expected in the supernatural world, but listened as he continued. However, right now we are trying to help your son. He is the holder of a powerful dragon-type gear that will either be his boon or bane. Admittedly, if we left you back there, the devils would have approached him and likely inducted him in their ranks. With a shrug, Naruto added. As members of the Grigori, that we can't really allow, so it was either take or kill him. Mindless killing isn't really our MO, so we brought him along. If it is as powerful as you say, then we appreciate it. Goro offered carefully, and his wife nodded with a soft smile. So, Naruto nodded before looking to their son and offered. So, Issei Hayate, my soon-to-be student, are you ready to figure out what gear you actually have? With a stiff nod, Issei reported firmly, despite his gaze flicking to the purple-haired bombshell at his sensei's side. Hi, sensei! Benamian obviously noticed the gaze on her chest and just smiled at the honest human. Naruto just chuckled with amusement, whereas his parents were both just resigned at this point. Mickey especially has been exasperated with her son's antics, and wondered if there was anything to be done about it. Stepping closer, Naruto signaled to turn around, and when Issei did, reluctantly, the cadre pulled up his shirt all the way rather carelessly. There it was, the suppression seal on his back where his heart would be if you punched through it. With a brief pulse through his feet, the hospital room abruptly sealed up and the doors locked closed. Just in case. This obviously drew the attention of the medics on call as well as Tenten, who looked over at what the baka was about to do. After Mickey and Goro took up holding the shirt, Naruto went through 8 hand signs and whispered. Fuin, suppression release. Poking a finger in the center of the seal, that burned away slowly until nothing was left. There was a pause of motion as many were expecting something to happen, Naruto included, and just when Goro was about to say something, a notable blast of dragon energy erupted from Issei and knocked his parents back, but Naruto withstood it, as did Benamian, who was shocked at the feel as she knew this energy. When the storm of energy settled, Naruto lowered his hands from his face, and on the teen's left arm was a red armored gauntlet, of what he assumed was draconic design. It was glowing with red aura, the green orb within pulsing with green energy, while the wielder as panting and wheezing, clearly struggling to even stay conscious. The next moment, however, Issei did black out but was caught by Naruto, and the gauntlet vanished again. After moving the unconscious teen back to a bed, the male cadre stepped back as his parents rushed back to his side and allowed the Nightwing to contemplate what he just sensed. That was not some low-level gear, and was what they had suspected. A powerful dragon gear, which was reminiscent of that idiot back at the Grigori headquarters. Which likely means... Looking back at Benamian, seeing her concerned face, Naruto nodded and drew her orange eyes to his golden ring blue as he muttered. It's that gear, right? Swallowing, the chief secretary officer of the Grigori nodded once. Benamian reported. Yes, Naruto-kun. The gear that boosts one's physical and magical power every 10 seconds and is capable, in theory, to be able to challenge the gods in strength and might. With grim faces, the two look back at the teen, a son of two heroes, as Naruto added within the whisper the two were conversing in. The Longinus class sacred gear that contains one of two heavenly dragons and arch-rival of the divine dividing, the Welsh dragon Drake. Benamian nodded with arms crossed beneath her bust, tightening in concern as she whispered back. What will you do now? If he finds out that he is here? Naruto growled, his golden ring blue eyes narrowed dangerously as he rebuffed. If that punk tries invading my home, then I'll kill him myself. Forget their rivalry, I'll end it here and now. Taking up hold of his arm, Benamian drew his gaze to hers as she asked. Can you? Thinking on that for a moment, he doubts that either holder of these Longinus is stronger than a bijou, and so, Naruto nodded and replied. I have a few techniques that should work, yes. Though I need to brush up on them first, but we have time. He smiled at the end as she held his gaze before releasing his arm and nodded herself. Benamian whispered back. Okay. I will let you know what he's up to whenever I hear about him. Naruto nodded his thanks, before the two looked back at the new Red Dragon Emperor and his family, being attended to by Amino with a quick once-over. With a sigh, he muttered. It was a good thing I put the emergency barriers up, or likely the whole city would have felt that. Damn troublesome. The cadre at his side just nodded softly but remained silent. Report 8. A new start. Kyoto, Osada's motel. With the passing of midday, the Devil Group were restlessly awaiting word and have gathered again within the double room of 201. Tension was high as they have yet to sense a single of their supposed watchers, and none really wanted to call it a bluff either, thus nerves were fraying. None of the noble ladies seemed bothered, but it was clear all the younger ones, with one exception being the Agar's heiress, were barely holding themselves together. Though, thankfully, their wait was coming to an end when their shortest member perked up when voices could be made out. This notified the whole room to stand tall and settle down, while their leader stood from her seat and waited for the knock. Though, as they did, they heard a male voice. Look, I am just saying that we all approve. I don't need your approval. Heck, we aren't even like that. A female voice retorts, clearly irritated about the subject. There was a chuckle from a third person, who added, Yeah, sure. Even after all that yesterday. What, we were nearby, and you looked like you were about to. Settle down. We are on duty. Another female voice, deeper than the others yet the first woman's voice, returned. Since when are you the leader here? Last time I checked. The first male voice began, but there was a delicate throat clearing that silenced the group. A far more refined voice spoke now. Enough childishness. We have a duty here, so do behave. A short silence developed before the elegant voice returned. Good, now, Isari-chan. Which room is it? The knock on the door snapped the devils from their focus on the voices, and immediately Venelana opened it to reveal the 6 yokai who were talking before. 2 she recognized from last night, the messenger and her guard, but the others were not. 2 of the new kitsune also dressed in the same jacket as the guard last night, meaning they were members of the Nightwings. Putting that aside for now, Venelana focused on the taller woman in the center whose beady black eyes were focused on her own, and she held herself as a member of high society. Likely someone important, and so, the Lady of Gremory spoke calmly. Are you here for our talks or to escort us, lady? Closing her tessen sharply, the pink-haired yokai replied. Ah, forgive my poor manners. My name is Okino Kozakura. I have been sent to escort you to a meeting location where we can discuss your request of us. With that said, there was plenty of ruffling from within the room, the many people getting ready to set off, as Venelana replied. Very well. May I ask as to whom we will be meeting? With a firm nod, Okino reported. You will be meeting with myself, Lady Okada, who has made time from her duties as clan head of the Oni, and as the commander of the recent operation she can answer questions regarding it, if she feels so inclined. This got nods from the Devil Lady, and so, the Crane clan head informed. Captain Rosweiss will be present as a representative of the Norse. As for the fallen, Captain Serena and Abigail of the Personal Guardian Group will be attending. As they head down the stairs after the yukai, Venelana asked. These fallen captains, what legion are they under? They technically don't have a legion at current. The black-furred kitsune informed, glancing back over at the devils with his purple slit eyes, and added once they looked to him. They are part of the protection team assigned to the governor. As he looks forward, he shrugged and finished. Though, rumor has it they are aiming for the First Legion. They have not been approached yet, though. The other kitsune nodded to that, when the 6-foot bearkin commented. I still struggle to find out that you all have. Clearly, I should have already too. There was a chuckle with fanged grins from the kitsune, though the red-headed vixen informed. It's probably because of this operation. Just wait till the end of the week and you'll see. The black bear let out a huff as she replaced her staff back on her back, folding her arms after as they stepped out of the motel, then commented. Perhaps. I still think I can take you 3 on. There was a casual shrug from the orange kitsune as he replied haphazardly. Maybe, but you know what they say about hitting what you can't catch. Glancing to the towering bearkin, he smirked, and that irritated the woman who glared at him. He was shoved by the red-haired four-tailed vixen who stated, Knock it off. We're on duty and around the uninformed. Sensei will kick your ass if she finds out. Then Sensei will drop kick you after, when he finds out. The gray-furred kitsune added pointedly, and the orange-furred one gulped, stood straighter as he squeaked. My bad. I'll behave. The kitsune all nodded at that, then fell silent as they cleared the entrance, though the devils were all insanely curious about everything discussed. Though, as soon as they were noticed, all eyes hardened as they landed on them. Not one missed the tension spike up, the young herded away from sight, the standing of certain members of the yukai, or the attention of the various fallen angels dotted around. Atop rooftops, at coffee shops that had stopped their idle chatter and stared at them, a few even stashed their shopping bags to watch with guarded postures. The entire district was watching them now. Even Venelana was feeling the gazes boring into them, but her poise held even as the whispers started. She noticed the nods the fallen gave the kitsune, who returned the subtle gesture and nothing more, but they did seem to step back and down, though watched anyway. It was clear that the kitsune were here to assuage the fallen presence, that things were handled and secure. It was evident that just the uniform of the First Legion granted some authority in of itself. Thankfully, after a few minutes of this, a distraction came in the form of a trio, a set of twins and a certain golden-haired teenager, coming out of a particular shop in formal kimonos. Hanabi was heard as she informed. I told you. This, Kurata's Kimonos, is the shop Mi-sama got that plain dark blue outfit of his. Nodding in unison, Anai and Lee were now similarly dressed in kimonos reminiscent of their adopted older brother, when the former added, We know that now. We'll come back too. Lee finished as she looked at her blonde sister. Hanabi nodded with a sense of regality that was excessive for the situation, but did not care, as she was matching her brother right now. A snicker drew all 3 girls to the group of devils under escort, but more accurately to the gray kitsune that got narrowed eyes by the former Hyuga. Hanabi muttered lowly. Something funny, Yaja-san? Waving off his amusement, Yaja reported. Not at all, Hanabi-chan. Just that you are spending time with your family, yet I know your brother is currently neck-deep in paperwork. Her icy glare did not lessen as she responded. Well, unlike you, he is actually important and thus required to do actual work. As his sister, he has granted me this day off, and so... The other kitsune bit their lips at the burn against their friend, looking away from his slumped overform as Yaju replied. I am working right now. Hanabi-chan, see, I'm escorting the... Ah, the headaches. Hanabi offered as her gaze flowed over the gathering of devils and spotted the troublesome redhead, who like her friends sweat dropped at what the reincarnated fallen angel had used to describe them. It was made worse by the two Nikomata nodding along. Masking her smirk, Okino replied carefully. Lady Namikaze, that is no way to address our guests. You are a refined young lady, please remember that. Hanabi glanced to the leader of those academy students playing ninja. In the Nightwings' general consensus they are referred to as, and rose a single brow at her. This act was matched by the twins at her back and Okino looked away, suitably cowed. Seeing this as an opportunity, Protection Target 2 stepped up beside her mother and called out. It's good to see you again, Hanabi-chan. The stereotypical glare that could have darkened the sun was aimed back at the redhead, as Hanabi hissed out. Do not address me so familiarly, Gremory-san. We are not friends or even protector in charge. Remember that. Ah, but I thought we were going to share some of your realty at some point. Rias asked, trying to prod the little Namikaze with a smile and gain looks of incredulousness from the kitsune at her suicide attempt. Though, they grew increasingly concerned at the fact that Hanabi had not responded, and it was again Yaju who stepped between the two, facing the little Hyuga and whispered carefully. Easy, Hanabi-san, killing her would cause more work for your brother. You do not want that now, do you? It will take from your time with him. His words caused the devils to grow somewhat uneasy, none more so than the instigator who thought they were just having a little fun and not that her fellow academic was about to attack. After a few moments, Hanabi slowly nodded and replied. Right, it would cause more work for my Nichan. After a blink, she added as if an afterthought. And ruin my new kimono before I got to show him it. Devil blood is such a hassle to clean after all. Nodding to herself at the end, clearly lost in her thoughts and caused genuine fear within the devil party that one so young was casually discussing about killing as if it was a normal, everyday thing. What raised the concern levels though was that it may be true. Hanabi-chan drew the blonde's attention to see a man standing at 5'7", messy feral-looking brown hair, sharp black vertically slit eyes, pronounced canines, and distinctive fang marks on his cheeks. He was in standard Nightwing uniform, black undershirt, gray sleeveless flak jacket, but with armored greaves, gloves, and boots, standing there with arms crossed and staring at the troublemaker. Seeing him, Hanabi frowned and replied, Kiba-san, I have not done anything wrong. Save it, Kiba stated firmly, cutting her off and not conceding to her demands. With eyes narrowing, he ordered, Come, all three of you, we have places to be. He turns his back on the devil group and began walking down a different road. The three girls only hesitated for a moment before following after him. The yokai were thankful for the assistance with a particular red-furred vixen planning on making it up to him directly. With the path now clear again, Okino informed her group. Not too far now, let us be off. The group nodded and moved on, though Rias felt she had to ask and stepped up towards the gray-furred kitsune by the name of Yaju, then asked, Yaju-san, was she really going to attack you? Yaju asked calmly, glancing back at her over his shoulder and seeing her slight nod. He answered, It was a 50-50 guess on my part. Though if she had... A shrug before he focused forward, though Rias heard his muttered words. Not like we could have done anything to stop her. The heiress swallowed hard at that. Surely Hanabi-chan was not that hostile towards them, was she? Rias thought. It was just her brother complex and the lack of good tea that made her come off as cold to everyone. She was grossly underestimating the level of Brokan Hanabi has achieved. Rias was brought out of her thoughts by her queen. Akino whispered, Rias, I think we should come back to this shop. Blue lock onto knowing purple, a crimson eyebrow raised as she followed the gaze of her best friend to the shop displaying kimonos, and a twinkle of excitement overtook the heiress of the Gremory upon noticing a familiar blonde briefly through the glass. With a nod, Rias informed, Yeah, if we get a chance, let's come back and get a closer look. Venelana, on the other hand, along with the other ladies, were playing over that interaction with the Nightwing members in her head and caught the wording used by that particular girl. Hanabi, her name was, the one that her son tried to kidnap. She didn't call her daughter a protection target, but rather that they were no longer protector in charge. Hopefully, Venelana really hopes that just meant for their time in as fellow students, and not in general. She wanted to ask, but something tells her that these kitsune were purposely being vague about the whole affair. Besides that, the fact that such a young girl was seemingly so nonchalant about killing, regardless of whether it was her fellow devils or not, just rubbed the former Beale the wrong way for some reason. Hanabi Namake seemed to be such a refined little girl, one that was raised well, yet her blue gaze was just so empty, perfunctory even. It was unsettling if that was the norm for these Nightwings. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower. With a healthy flush to her face, Ino replied to the disbelieving cadre before her. As I said, I know of his extramarital relationships, yes, and do not intend to stand in the way of them. With a slow incline of her head, Katerina replied flatly. Duh, so I hear fine. You allow this, why? Sighing as she lowered her tea back to the table, Ino quipped. I can. With a sigh, she muttered lowly with her head lowered. Can't handle him alone. It's why I was sitting here and not in the meeting with you all. With a stiff nod, Katerina then sipped her tea while pondering this new bit of information. This child is too weak to stand beside her pupsik, despite being wife. Pupsik require women stronger to satisfy him, but loves this child, thus they marry. Yet he must hide her for fear of her being exposed and hurt. Then maybe. The cadre's thoughts were paused as the child before her let out a sigh. Ino asked hesitantly. Now that you know this all. Light green meets solid green blue, as the Nightwing asked. What do you think of my husband? Katerina opened her mouth but stopped halfway and paused. This is a chance to win over her pupsik. If this child cannot satisfactorily hold him down, then she just proved more suitable and gain husband and child with him. After that thought, she asked, Will you allow for pupsik to? You want to date him still? Ino asked, brow arched, internally hoping that she doesn't catch on to the fact she knew what she was thinking. Well, it was rather obvious, and she did not even need to use any clan jutsu to know. It was clear that this cadre did not know her husband as well as she thinks she does. You say he dates others, no? Then me should be okay. Katerina inquired, then commented, and Ino Fos sighed, nodding in a believable expression of resignation. Honestly, her husband better be thankful for her leniency and his overwhelming stamina. As great as their lovemaking is, not being able to walk for most of the day is really impacting their work life, and she hates that he is just accepting that she cannot keep up. She cannot even work on her stamina either, not until after the baby is born at least. Then, she will hit the ground running and show that baka who can keep up with who. Not letting her thoughts leak, Ino replied. He does, however, we have established rules that he works under. Which is why we are talking now. Nodding her understanding, Katerina responded. Then you interview me for him? Kinda. Ino replied before she sipped on her tea. After swallowing, she added while swirling it around. I was not lying about it being an intelligence risk. I just wanted to know what kind of person you are. Finally, her gaze lifted from the beverage and back onto the woman opposite before she informed. I will talk to him tonight about this. With a stiff nod, Katerina was curious about the others and thus asked. Thank you, child, but how many others? Sipping the last of her cup, Ino informed. Me, the wife. 2 girlfriends, a mistress, and 6 side pieces at the moment. Blinking olishly at that in disbelief, Katerina stammered. So many, still not satisfied? With a smirk, Ino shrugged before she replied. Between us all, I think so. Though, your name came up during our date night yesterday. So, yeah, here we are now. With a confident smirk, Katerina offered. So, he wishes for me too? Not liking the tone she used, Ino decided to cut that ego a bit, and so added. Well, you were one of 3, and the only outsider, so I am handling this myself. Frowning, Katerina inquired. 1 of 3? Why do you not like that? With a tactical shrug of Nara origin, Ino replied calmly. Well, the other 2 are always around and very much willing. Only due to his work is why my husband has not answered their advances. Then I shall ensure he looks my way. Katerina declared sharply, not liking how someone as fine as her was being treated as just another woman. Even if right now she might be. No, that is wrong, she will be that woman, and no child will be allowed to say otherwise. Ino would later complain Naruto's ear off at how rusty and crude her performance was, but ultimately it would become a moot point, for the end result was what her husband had in mind. It would eventually pay off too, when this cadre would make the decision herself that they needed her to and become a major supporting pillar of the family, and the best auntie in history, apparently. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, medical wing. With a sigh, Naruto led the busted cadre's gaze over to the second family and spoke lowly. I guess we should see if we can activate his next. Adjusting her glasses, Benamian offered. It would serve to be useful for my inquiries. Grunting once, the blonder of the two moved towards the Saji family and drew their attention. Naruto informed calmly. Okay. Gentru, we should see if we can get yours working now too. Would help us to understand what we are working with. Nodding stiffly, a bit nervous, Gentru asked. What should I do? Before either Fallen could respond, Maki stepped into the conversation and instructed. Close your eyes and focus on the slight feeling of humming in your chest. Glancing at his sensei and getting a nod, Gentru nodded and closed his eyes before following the instructions. After about a minute of this, he was about to comment when the former heroine cut in. Not yet, the first activation is always the hardest part. A little longer please, Gentru-chan. With a heavy sigh out, the former student continued to focus on his chest for this humming his friend's mother spoke of. Suddenly, he felt a warmth and heard his sensei ask. Is using your gear required for this, Maki-san? It has helped in the past, Naruto-san. Miki replied and focused on the internal energies within her fellow human. For Gentru though, something just clicked and suddenly his eyes shot open as he felt a new weight on his arm. On his lower left arm was a small black bracer. A black chameleon almost lizard with violet eyes now rests. With a growing grin, the blonde lifted his arm up and declared. This is another dragon type. Benamian confirmed, drawing eyes to her, but all noticed Naruto nodding before he added. Yeah, though, now I can more clearly sense what we already suspected. Looking to his fellow Fallen, Naruto added. Going to need you too. I will add it to the list. Benamian confirmed with a nod as she met his gaze and he smirked lightly. Naruto whispered. An overachiever, huh? She offered a challenging smirk, a soft shrug, before Benamian replied. You boys never think things through. Just making sure things do not blow up around the rest of us as you go. Naruto chuckled lowly and a soft shake of his head while looking back at the awestruck Saji family, then spoke up. Well, in any case, we should probably prepare 2 fallen grace pieces for them. Do you want me here, Naruto-sama? Or can I go? Benamian asked, but Naruto cut her off and informed. Accompany me to the lightning office so I can hand off the information packs. No doubt you want to run over the finer details, right? Naruto-kun. You know how to speak to a woman? Benamian replied with a coy, suggestive tone, though the recipient just rolled his blue eyes with a light chuckle and smirk. Glancing at the new sacred gear user, Naruto informed. Gentru-san, things are about to get intense for you. I hope you are ready. Gentru met his gaze firmly, eyes gleaming in determination as he declared. I will not let you down, sensei. Kyoto, Yukai District. Taking the scenic route back to the Imperial Palace, Kiba was trailed after by the 3 pseudo-sisters and was acutely aware of the tale they had picked up. In fact, his glance to Hanabi allowed him to spot the fleeting brief activation of the all-seeing eyes of her bloodline. She glanced at him in return and nodded, subtly, which got him to smirk back as it felt cool to be working with his late teammate's little sister. It was almost like working with her again. Now though, how to go about capturing this unknown Nikomata on their tail? After a moment, Kiba looked to the twins and asked. Say, Lee, when does your clan head arrive? Blinking olishly, both twins looked to him and Ni replied first. Lady Meguri said she would send word. When she has finished her work. Lee finished and he nodded. Kiba then asked. You sent your reports to her then already? Both girls nod again, as they clear an intersection, and so he commented. Any plans on joining in on our training? Again, both girls nod, and so Kiba scratches the back of his neck as he muttered. More cats, huh? What a drag. Both girls puffed their cheeks while staring at him, and I commented. You are just a smelly, stupid dog. Lee finished, and he shook his head in amusement. Kiba retorted. Yeah, sure, scaredy cats. Or should I call you scaredy kittens, seeing as you always hide behind me when things go bad? And I groaned lowly, with eyes narrowed along with her sister, as she replied. We do not hide behind any stupid dog. Lee quipped heatedly, getting a nod from her sister, who added. Even our Nisama knows. And is better than you. Lee quipped again, not letting up on her glare. Though Kiba had reached the area he knew Maki and her team were in, sensing they had noticed the barely noticeable chakra flicker from his words, thus he decided to act. Yeah, he is better than me, I admit. But even with all three of you cats on me, I could take you. Confusion overtook the two Nikomatas as there were only them, but upon seeing their adopted sister's eyes become weird again, they suspected there was someone hidden and another cat. Immediately they checked the not-so-obvious spots, as Lady Magari taught them. Though, the hidden cat had frozen upon realizing she had been caught following these unknowns and suspected Nightwings, before they got to their hidden base. Backing away discreetly, she suddenly felt eyes on her and froze. Looking back at the uniformed Nightwing, she noticed he was staring right at her with a fanged grin. Subtle chakra spikes all around her forced the twin-tailed cat to leap clear of what appeared to be chakra-laced cloth and out into the open. Landing gracefully, the twin-tailed black cat stared down more of the ones she suspected to be the ever-elusive Nightwings, and they surrounded her. How was she discovered? Whoever you are, you have some skills in stealth, but you have nothing on us. The brown-haired Nightwing commented as he approached, the blonde and two Nikomata at his side. Her eyes narrowed on him as a grin spread across his face and added, So, you should probably surrender now and save yourself further embarrassment. There is no escape. Seeing as she was already exposed, and needing her yujitsu to escape, the black twin-tailed cat erupted in smoke and appeared in her humanoid form. A total young-looking babe with top-level curves, long, split-bang black hair, and brownish-yellow cat eyes. She also was wearing a risky black kimono, barely held up by an obi of yellow, and it exposed her shoulders and fair skin. Damn, those racks of hers are amazing. Focus, man, damn focus. Golden beads and a headband, two tails swaying at her back. Blankly, Kiba asked. So, little lady? Just give up, yeah? We won't have to rough you up if you do. With a soft chuckle, sexy grin, the Nico woman returned. Naya. I'm sorry, Dog-chan, but I can't be so easily caught by a mere mutt. Yet, Nai and Lee stepped before Kiba with the redhead saying first. You won't touch them, lady. They are the best. Lee confirmed with a glare, tail waving aggressively at her back, and the woman inspected them briefly. With a smile, the unknown replied. Oh, kittens, you have so much to learn, Naya. Abruptly, an explosion of poison mist floods the area around the cornered spy, but it was immediately directed upwards and clear of any civilians or casualties. This also served in alerting all nearby patrols to trouble. The woman was also gone, but so was Kiba and Hanabi with Maki in close behind. Kyoto, Saijuku Tea Shop. Okino leads the devil group into a traditional tea shop, but the staff were all yukai, mainly of the Oni race, and thus the building was proportionally sized, thus meaning it was far larger than normal buildings. There were a bunch of Tengu working alongside the larger beings with practiced ease and suggested that they still accommodated regular-sized people. Thus, the devils only glanced around at the slightly larger seating and artworks on the walls as they followed the Crane clan head towards a room in the back of the establishment. Upon opening the door, the devils were greeted by a pink-skinned Oni who stood at a respectable 6'2" tall, surprisingly delicate features that were not common among her kin, and a single definitive ebony horn protruding from her mind's eye. She was in a full traditional long-sleeved furisude and haori, donning white lilies upon a darker background. This was none other than Yokata, head of the Oni clan and current commander of the Yukai ground forces. Standing at her left side, a pace back, was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her teens with striking silver hair that was straight and reached down near her calves, despite standing at 5'8". Her aqua-colored eyes caught attention, but her poised expression showed she was well versed in bureaucratically important matters. This was none other than Rosweiss, envoy of the Norse. Sitting at the table beside the Oni were two ladies giving off fallen angel signatures, however, were dressed far more modestly than one might expect from such. Both were wearing purple-edged, dark gray formal kimonos that was secured by a matching purple obi, properly and up to the standard of the traditional approved of by the Oni beside them. Despite that, both looked to be in their mid-20s with black hair, tied up in buns that looked purple in the light, large vibrant purple eyes, and ludicrously busted chests that looked to rival a certain queen in volume. One was busy writing something whilst the other was on the phone discussing something important by the looks of it. This was the fallen Captains Serena and Abigail, currently filling in for the fallen contingent currently deployed here in Kyoto. The arrival of Okino and the Devils, however, caused all other actions to pause, with Abigail hanging up her phone call and Serena placing aside her report. Yokata, however, looked up from her tea and informed. Due to space constraints, we have prepared a separate room for your servants opposite this one. Please head over and enjoy the rest. Upon that, only the house ladies and the charges, with one aide, entered while their peerages went across the hall. They found that it was stocked with the finest of traditional food and a few games. Once all settled, tea and biscuits served, the Oni placed down her tea and looked upon the 13 devils before her briefly before she introduced herself. Well met, ladies of the Devilkin. My name is Yokata of the Oni, commander of the Yukai ground force. To what do we owe this unexpected arrival during such a busy time for us? With a stately nod and diplomatic face, Venelana responded. Well met, Lady Yokata. My name is Venelana Gremery, Lady of House Gremery, and leader of this outreach initiative. It has come to our attention that our council has been making a very poor showing in recent years and souring our efforts in creating a positive step forward towards you and your community. Seeing all 5 alliance members focused on her, she continued. As such, we ladies of the Gremery, Agars, Citri, and the Phoenix houses have all agreed that alternative means should be established to better understand one another. With a frown, Serena offered first. We understand your faction's intentions well, Lady Gremery. We have been fighting them for some time now. This drew attention to her as her sister spoke next, Abigail added. The only difference between then and now is that we have unified for our own sake and that of others. The two Yukai nod to that. Rosweiss remained a silent sentry during this time. With a stiff nod, Venelana responded calmly. To that I am aware. The strength of your alliance is obviously known to us and has been an eye-opening experience for many back in the underworld. Even now, the Council is in disarray over how to handle this, and if you want my honest opinion, they lack the willingness to take responsibility and accountability seriously. What are you asking of us, Lady Gremery? Yokata asked flatly, lifting her cup once more. With a nod, Venelana asked. A partnership. We are aware that our faction as a whole will not accept the alliance at the moment. However, if we start off small... But what are you offering us, Lady Venelana? Serena cut in here, meeting the woman's gaze directly and tackling this issue head-on. It does not take a genius to understand that the alliance has no real reason to accept any of these overtures and has no real incentive to either. At least, in her honest opinion. Cooperation. Lady Agar spoke up in response, drawing eyes to her delicate visage. After a moment, she added, We of the Agar's house are primarily within the business of law enforcement and detention of criminal elements. Perhaps a mutual agreement could be beneficial to both parties. All the alliance personnel looked towards the pink-skinned Oni, who looked thoughtful briefly before Yokata asked. I would assume this pertains to the exchange of prisoners or information on rogue elements. Lady Agars nodded singularly, earning a hum from the Yukai leader, but this is when Lady Phoenix spoke up, seeing they were on the topic. If I may. Drawing eyes to her worried blues, set beneath her vibrant blonde hair currently in a noble bun secured by glittering gold and amber jewels. Upon the nod of the alliance, Lady Phoenix asked, "Seeing as we are on the topic of prisoners, and I know this is rather selfish, but may I ask if you have come across my son, Riser Phoenix?" The dull pink-haired Okino looked to the fallen known as Abigail, who promptly handed one of the books she had to Rossweiss. The Norse woman traveled around the table and handed the book to the Crane clan head, who inspected it immediately before she offered, "I do believe that we have a Riser in custody." A breath of relief from the mother, but Okino was not done. "However, due to certain circumstances, he is being held in." She paused and looked back at the fallen and asked, "This isn't the full list?" Abigail shrugged before she replied, "It's the list I got from the Fifth's detention facility. Only prisoners eligible for extradition are listed." With a stiff nod, Okino returned to the book as she muttered, "I see, that is fair, I suppose." The devils held their breath, hoping that they aren't going to be told bad news, but the Oni decided to ask, thus Yokata inquired, "What are you offering for your son's safe return?" "We are willing to part with a cash sum or a number of resources," Lady Phoenix informed without delay or hesitation, eyes ablaze in resolve, and her opponent could respect that. After a moment, Okino reported, Yes, Riser Phoenix is being held in custody. However, as I was saying earlier, he is in a bit of a bind." "What kind of a bind?" "Well, according to this, his mental state has been called into question," Okino informed the room, causing sighs from the devil ladies, curiosity from their heirs and charges. Though, the leader of the Crane clan added, "There is also a note attached, stating that his behavior regarding the Storm Angel has placed him in the books of the Grigori legions." The two fallen present blinked at that, before Abigail clicked her finger and announced, "Oh, that mental guy. Yeah, we were briefed on him, but he should be more concerned about being found by the guys of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd legions. The rest likely wouldn't care much. Well, unless they are trying to impress them." A sigh from the Oni broke the devils from the concerning thoughts, drawing eyes to the ebony ones of Yokata as she states, "If you want my honest opinion, you have a very long road ahead of you all. I doubt that many, if any, of my fellow counselors have any desire to accommodate your efforts." Venelana inclined her head carefully but pressed, "Yes, we are aware of that, but we hope to help lead efforts to reshape our future and hope to someday be allowed to sign on to the alliance that have unified your people." With a formal nod of acknowledgement, Yokata responded, "I can assume you mean that the houses here are the ones that are leading your initiative?" Glancing over the gathered devils, who all nod, and so she continued neutrally, "I have heard your reason for embarking on this journey, Lady Gremory, and it is a noble one, none will deny." Upon the light brown-haired devilish nod, Yokata continued, "However, the track record of adherence to deals of your kin leaves much to be desired. Words can be pretty and are free to offer. None have joined the accords without offering up tangible substance. Thus, I alone cannot say to how much the others will be willing to listen to you." Seeing her opponent about to speak, she rose a firm hand for silence. Upon their nod, she added, "In truth, Lady Gremory, I would not be too hopeful about your chances. If I were in your shoes. That being as it may, as the old proverbs speak of, should you fall down 7 times, stand up 8. With a soft nod, Venelana reported, "We intend to do just that. Even if we can make just one step forward, we intend to take it." Getting a soft hum from the Oni, whether it be of approval or not, was up to debate. This is when all the sensors detected a spike of chakra and magic off to the east by southeast. The magic had a dark tint to it, but the chakra was confounding the group. With a frown, Okino offered, "That is somewhat strange. A reincarnated devil of Yukai descent." Yokata informed clearly, getting a tight sigh from the devils in the room at such a development. Just when they were making headway with these talks, one of theirs started causing trouble and resetting everything back. A few moments later there was a light knock on the door with Yokata calling out, "Yes, young Kitsune." In stepped the black-furred Kitsune, who promptly informed, "Lady Yokata, Please keep your guests inside as it seems a reincarnated Nikomata infiltrator is currently being pursued by our forces. With a stiff nod, Yokata replied. Very well. Are you moving to aid the search? With a light chuckle, the kitsune shook his head and informed. No need to, ma'am. Elements of the third and first are in pursuit. The Oni just nodded, Yokata replied. Very well. Please stand guard to dissuade others from mistaking our guests for the perpetrator. The kitsune nodded and reported. Those are our orders, Lady Yokata. Rest assured we will not fail you. With a nod, Yokata responded. I do not doubt, Kitsune of the First Legion. Do your duty well. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Medical Wing. As his chains retract, having successfully dispelled the dragon magic-laden power hanging around the clinic, Naruto stretches out with a yawn as he muttered. Well, that should be enough. Amazing. Benamian whispered, watching the chain links merge back into the back of the secret seraph one after the next. When the final one vanished, she looked back at the black bang blonde and asked, You never told me about that or their uses. Why not? With a sigh, Naruto glanced at her and offered, Well, it's a long story, plus they're not really explainable. Let's leave it at that. She just nodded as he turned back to the group of humans who were staring at him in bewilderment. Goro asked, What kind of gear was that? Not important. Naruto waved off before looking at the man's son and added, For now, we have to keep your son under close observation. That rush of dragon magic was the result of the seal I placed releasing all the little bits it was leaking previously at once. We have no idea what it will do to his physiology. Goro and Miki nodded, looking to their unconscious son in concern, but the blonde looked to his staff. Naruto informed. Amino, Hana, keep a close watch on his vitals. Call me if anything happens that you can't deal with. Both Kunoichi nod, Hana replied. He'll be safe with us, Naruto-kun. With a nod, Naruto deactivates the hospital lockdown, and his senses return to cover the city once more and frowned. As he looks beyond the village, he muttered. Well, seems something's going down in town. Kyoto, Yukai District. A certain twin-tailed black cat looks up from the shadow of the alleyway she had taken refuge in and watched a squad of fallen and Yukai dart past her hiding spot, clearly chasing that illusion she casted. With her magic and chakra suppression in effect, they won't notice her. Leaping clear of an arrow shot, the reincarnated devil Yukai slid to a stop in the darkness to find again that those two from earlier had found her and dropped down ahead of her. Though she noticed that the blonde girl has strange white eyes that were rippling with chakra for some reason. Is that how they tracked her? The tailless dog can step forward, face stern and fist hitting palm as he ordered. Stand down, lady. We won't have to hurt you if you do. Naya, you are certainly good at chasing tails. What are you exactly? The small cat replied, tilting her head in curiosity, but to her surprise he did not take the bait. Well, they were not going to let her leave, and so she will need her full form to fight back, she supposed. In a puff of smoke, her human form returned and immediately ducked aside from his opening slash with wind claws carving the ground behind her. Yet the blonde was on her the next moment, with an arrow flying, despite the close range. Jumping onto the wall, and at the blonde with claws out, the suspected Nikomata found her opening slash deflected aside, and a palm strike hitting her side with such force it left her paralyzed briefly, causing her to tumble as she passed and hit the ground hard. The stun was pushed aside as she jumped up and was set upon again. Hanabi had stashed her bow, this was not the place for it now, and launched at this cat lady, starting with a 6-point strike. Yet, this brunette was agile and the former Hyuga was only able to get the last hit in before she had to deflect the return slash. Child's play, as the blonde sent it wide as she twirled around. Thank you, Nichan, for teaching her the whirling fist. At that moment, Kiba arrived and landed a devastating hit dead center of the chest with a kick, sending the troublemaker flying back into the wall. Coughing and wheezing before a purple mist shot out, but the Inuzuka channeled his wind into his hands and clapped hard. The smoke was again directed upwards and away from him and his teammate. In a burst of pure speed, the Nico lady slashed Kiba's side, but he reacted with a kick out. She ducked it, but right into Hanabi's 6-point strike again. However, this cat was able to leap back clear of it before she started. The moment this cat yukai landed, 3 of her shot out in different directions. Neither Nightwing fell for it, in the slightest, and Kiba charged forward directly at the real one, who smirked and countercharged. Suspecting a trap, the Inuzuka leaped way over his opponent, landing on the blue brick wall, and kicking back at a different vector. The cat did not stop to confront him, instead rushing Hanabi, who took up stance and smirked. Yet again, illusions appeared, but the blonde cared not for them as she abruptly spun and called, "Kaiten, Maelstrom!" The barely noticeable water on the ground was swept up in the rotational wind generated by the technique and tore through the black kimono of the brunette, that hit the dome of seemingly solid chakra before being flung hard into the wall again. The smoke from the collision was also dragged away and swept up out of the alleyway. This showed that their target was certainly dazed, possibly concussed from the 2 hard knocks, first from the ultimate defense and the second from the solid brick wall. Suddenly, however, the suspected reincarnated Nikomata snapped out a fireball that forced the blonde back. Standing up, the cat lady finds herself flanked on both sides by these suspected Nightwings, and would admit she may have taken them too lightly before now. No more, as she hissed. "You are powerful, I admit, Naya, but I should—" She was interrupted as Kiba was on her in moments, but she ducked and again Hanabi met her the next second. This time, in her panic, arms were raised in defense, and the Hyuga felt like it was her birthday as she whispered, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Due to the lack of chakra points, Hanabi was going from memory, but it still seemed to be effective as her target's limbs were no longer flowing with this thinner variety of chakra. By the time of her double palm finisher, the woman was like a limp noodle and was flung back. As their target slid to a stop, however, Hanabi saw the buildup of chakra in her core and it exploded outwards, returning to her limbs, and she frowned. Kiba stepped up beside her and asked, "It isn't over yet, right?" "No, it seems not," Hanabi replied curtly, frowned tight as she charged forward only for the Nikomata to back roll, then flip onto the wall, then launch back at speed. Only thanks to her training with her and Ai-chan was the new Namikaze able to bend around the double claw strike. She was way out of position though and watched as Kiba took the next attack head-on. The cat rolled with her momentum and leapt aside sharply, bouncing off the wall and striking from the Inuzuka's flank. Kiba may not be the fastest shinobi, but he can keep up, somewhat, and managed a partial block. His vest took the rest. Slashing out, forced the cat back just as Hanabi returned with a flanking strike that missed due to the back flip. Landing back on the wall, the Nikomata was swift in counter-attacking, again aiming for the girl, believing her to be the biggest hindrance to her escape. Those eyes seemed to be able to follow her every move, and that is what is stopping her illusionary escape. Kiba cut ahead of Hanabi this time, his slash as swift as the wind. Unfortunately, his opponent used his arm as a platform, vaulting over him completely and setting up for a direct shot at the blonde. Though she did not anticipate the jerk of the Inuzuka, or the back kick he launched at his ally, that ducked in time for the foot to hit the woman's chest. Another crash into the opposite wall, cracking and partially imploding the blue brick wall with a crater that spread out spiderweb-like cracks. The Nico lady struggled this time, pulling herself out and falling to her hands and knees, panting hard as she muttered, "That was excessive, Naya." But as she tried to stand, a cloth suddenly wrapped around her body, snaked around her arms and abruptly tightened as she squealed. "What the?" A pulse of chakra, far denser than her own, shut the familiar power of her Tsuki away and followed shortly by her Senjutsu, then finally her consciousness along with it as her entire frame was engulfed in white cloth. Glancing up, Kiba spotted the familiar visage of Maki, her 2 squad mates at her side, and he smirked as he commented, "Flawless timing, Maki-chan. Please try and stay professional in the field, Inuzuka-san." Maki replied calmly, as she finishes sealing the troublemaker up with her cloth binding technique. Kiba chuckled as the bundle was slowly retracted and lifting up the wall towards the awaiting squad, only for it to be cut suddenly, and the occupant caught by a new blonde, who slid to a stop. Just as this glasses-wearing blonde stopped, he muttered, "It seems we were careless and underestimated you." He then sliced the air and a portal of some kind opened. All the shinobi moved in unison, but they knew they would not make it. Unfortunately for the second party crasher, Hanabi was in range, just not to strike. Twin flashes this time. One of gold and another of silver, and the blonde was kicked into the portal and his package was retrieved from his grasp before he was. The clacking of chains and the portal was dispelled in short order. The next moment, aside before both men stand up and glance around, Naruto asked, "Okay, someone mind filling us in?" The others just stared dumbly as Genma peeked into the bundle to ensure it was not one of theirs being captured, as the two new arrivals had feared, thus their quick reaction. Kyoto, Saijuku Tea Shop. And so, I believe that with this model, my house can provide appropriate schooling for all supernatural beings beyond even the current human system. Lady Citri explained in almost a casual manner that belayed the tension of being unofficially detained within the current company's premises. This actually had Yokata considering this unusual proposition, as none really thought of schooling within their circles. Well, beyond certain clans at least. The Cranes are rather adamant of their young doing so, the Rabbit clan too, but they were both outliers. But again, she can't make this call herself, and thus voiced. "A thought-provoking argument, Lady Citri, I admit." The Ravenet nodded gracefully with all the academic prowess of a being who has lived for centuries behind the action. The single-horned woman, however, continued. "However, this is not something I am at liberty to weigh in on." Yokata then looks to the Crane clan head and asked, "Perhaps you would be in a better position to speak, Lady Okino?" After some thought, the pink-haired lady's beady black eyes looked from her fellow yokai to that of the devil of the Citri house. Okino spoke carefully. "Personally, it sounds like something I could support. Professionally, however, is another story. Even more so if you intend to provide funding or teachers for such establishments within our domain." She then looks to the Agar's devil and added, "Same with the joint venture with regards to criminal elements. It is not something I can readily support until we see genuine physical evidence and proof of concepts, and even still that will have to be reviewed extensively by all parties. On that point, our laws are vastly different from yours too," Serena informed, arms crossed and looking far more serious than most of the other fallen would typically see from her. When eyes settled upon her busted frame, she added, "We of the Grigori would never accept anything remotely linked to your faction in regard to policing or law enforcement. Especially in recent times. We have our own internal systems for that now," Abigail added sternly, as equally serious as her sister, and with a tight frown at the thought of combined law enforcement. Besides, she also suspected that the Nightwings would completely disregard the prospect, ignoring any agreement on the table on principle alone. "In that case, surely we can still trade medical supplies across borders?" Lady Phoenix asked, her daughter at her side nodding along as that was their best field of expertise. Yet, Okino shook her head and replied, "Our medical fields are specialized for our various biological needs and rarely ever cross over each other. Surely you know of Phoenix tears and their usefulness, yes?" Venelana asked, and they all nod, but again Okino interjected. "We have indeed, however our medical field has made some important discoveries in recent times. Although not as effective, I admit, they are still far more available than anything we could buy from you. Even more so as no doubt your council will interfere in any deal made." Before the devils could try something else, there was a knock on the door, and in poked Maki, surprising the devils, as she spoke with the Yukai commander. "Lady Okada, the disturbance has been cleared. Your guests are now free to roam again." Yokata nodded and replied smoothly, "Very well, thank you, Captain." With a stiff nod, Maki left and could be heard explaining things to the others present before the door shut properly. Upon that moment, the Oni leader informed, "With that said, I shall discuss things with my contemporaries, and we shall get back to you. I will not promise anything nor give my word, however, you will likely be contacted in a day or two." This got a nod from the devils. It was to be expected that the Yukai would take this slowly, though Lady Phoenix asked, "And the ransom for my son?" Okino answered her. "It will be discussed at the next meeting." I thank you, Lady Phoenix replied softly, bowing her head and getting a nod from the other side. Yokata then informed. Feel free to spend time among our district. Be sure to watch your step and the kitsune will act as escorts for the day. Venelana nodded with a smile as she replied. I thank you for your generosity. As they all stand, the two fallen do so too, as Serena informed. We have to report back to our superiors. Though, we shall also inform our kin of your presence here. Again, the devils nodded, and for the first time in the meeting, Rosweiss spoke softly. I shall accompany you, Serena-san, Abigail-san. Both fallen nodded firmly with light smiles, while the devils were filing out of the room in an orderly manner. Kyoto, Cathedral. A knock on the door caused Michael to offer. Come in, Griselda. In stepped a woman, looking to be in her early 30s but still looking as beautiful as any actress could ever hope to maintain, and blue eyes that seemed far wiser than her age suggested. Her frame was well hidden beneath her nun attire, but it could not completely conceal her well-endowed form. With a smile, Michael offered. I am glad you made it here without problems. Gabriel informed me of your arrival and will be here soon to discuss the situation around your assignment here. Nodding gracefully, Griselda Corda asked softly. I understand, Lord Michael. Though I must admit that I am unsure as to the wisdom of gathering the holy sword users here. It is rather confounding. With a soft nod, Michael informed. I am sure Uriel will explain why shortly. Along with Gabriel once she arrives, but I am sure that you will find the answer as surprising as we did. Inclining her head softly, Griselda responded. I understand and trust in your judgment. Though, where should we keep the unbound swords? Just then Uriel and Gabriel descended into the room when the female seraph exclaimed immediately. Ah! You're here, Griselda, perfect! Lady Gabriel? Griselda inquired, but Uriel informed. It is good that you are here, child, however we have a few things to discuss beforehand and so, can you wait for us outside? With an accepting nod, the lone human moved out wordlessly, and only after the doors shut, Uriel asked as he stepped around the desk. So, what did you want to discuss with us, brother? Gabriel nodded too as Michael smiled softly while he spoke. I believe that our nieces and nephews in the custody of our half-brother have a secret of grave importance and concern. The female seraph grew worried, Gabriel asked. Of concern? Is something wrong with them? Sitting up straighter, Michael shook his head while he added. Well, concern in the sense that we may inadvertently cause them harm and turn them against us if we do not tread carefully. How so? Uriel asked, arms crossed and brow arched. Upon their sister's nod, Michael informed. When I last saw them, I came across a few new members of their forces. I suspect they are rear supporters, but a number of the Nightwings I sense secondary life from. Eyes widened in surprise, Gabriel blurting out. Really? The children are. Have you asked Azazel about this? Uriel asked over his sister, and causing his brother to nod though he frowned. After a moment, Michael offered. He claimed it was a false alarm. That what I sensed was their prototype reincarnation pieces they had on them. I am not so sure, even if I sensed the truth from him. The Lady Seraph glanced between her brothers nervously, as she was suddenly recalling how they have been put off their discussions regarding the born fallen, and if this is true, the children will no doubt be upset with them. After taking his time to ponder this, Uriel offered. We intend to discuss about the unclaimed Excaliburs with our brother. Perhaps we could offer some soft guidance. After thinking about it for a long time, Michael countered. Be careful not to suggest anything regarding this subject. I am concerned that they will not be receptive to any probing. After Uriel's nod, Gabriel offered carefully while fidgeting a bit. We should make it clear that we are going to support them. Maybe I can speak with Naruto and talk with him. With a smile, Michael commented. I know he is a good man, looking out for his family, and so keep that in mind when you do. She nodded before what happened with Serial came to mind, and so, Gabriel inquired. I will, but something is wrong with Serial. Well, not wrong, but she had a strange reaction to Naruto's feather. Both her brothers were curious now with Michael gesturing to explain, and so, she does so. Well, when she touched it, see, she got really stiff and cold. Like really stiff like a statue. Then when she was leaving the room, she asked me about his title and how it did not make sense. The male archangels share a glance, dawning comprehension overcoming the frames as it never actually occurred to either of them that he may have one despite him being a fellow seraph. Uriel muttered. An oversight on our part. How could we have failed to ask something so vital? Nodding along, Michael added softly. Indeed, and something we should rectify soon. However, this reaction from Serial has me concerned. Considering she has shown the most hostility towards the Kintsugi, more so our fellow seraph. This might cause her to act independently and on her own whimsical nature. Uriel nodded, arms tightening around his chest as he asked. Should we ask Raziel or maybe Sandalphon to keep an eye on her? With a sigh, Michael shook his head. No, it would only drive her further to act independent of our wishes. I will head back for now and see if I can talk to her about this title business. His siblings nodded, so he looked to his sister and added, Gabriel, see if you can talk with our brother and get to know him a bit more. Remember, nothing probing. Be as gentle as we know you are. With a smile, Gabriel nodded as she informed. Leave it to me. This lined up with her own goals as she was trying to understand him better to get him a thoughtful gift. Something he will treasure and think of the light and the proper way to act always. So he will be a good person to everyone always. Oh, and I think Raphael wants a word with you. Uriel informed calmly as he turned toward the door, and Michael nodded as he stood from his chair and then replied. I will check in with him immediately. Thank you, Uriel. Stepping out of the office, the two archangels come across the patiently waiting exorcist looking over at them as they exited. Gabriel was the one to smile first and offered. Well, Griselda, we have a lot to cover before we can proceed with our plan. Please come in. Upon the sister's nod, Uriel glanced to his sister and informed. I will go check on the security of the Excaliburs. Then I will head to the palace, in case you are looking for me. Jinjagakure no Hai Saito, Night Tower. Grumbling about being busy and not being an errand boy, Naruto reached his office and did not bother knocking on the door. It was his office anyway. Inside he found his wife, looking neutrally passive while eating a cake with far more grace than required, and told the male blonde that she was annoyed at something or someone, likely him. A problem for later, as he looked to the white-haired woman sitting on the chair opposite the kunoichi and now staring back with her light green eyes, loaded with excitement. Mentally, Naruto asked his wife. I take it the plan worked? Despite being careful not to make a mess of the frosting-covered cake, Ino replied haughtily. Did you doubt me? Though, it appears she thinks she can steal you from me. So I can't say it was completely successful. Gah. I'm sorry, rusty in my manipulation with words. At the same time, Naruto asked physically. Seems you're in good spirits, Katarina. Telepathically he replied to his wife's statement. Well, you are so used to just swiping memories and your mental warfare, something had to give. Katarina frowned briefly at the statement, before she asked. You did not tell of marriage. You not trust me? Why do you think I brought you here and now, huh? Naruto quipped back, arms crossed and face stern. His eyes gained the golden glow around the edges as he added. I am taking a big risk here. You and Benjamin are the only ones outside our group who recalled that meeting, know of my status as Seraph, and only you know of my wife, so do not pull that guilt trip on me. With a string of muttered curses beneath her breath, that no lady should speak and in a tongue that the others were unfamiliar with, Katarina eventually replied. Duh, pupsick, but you will take me out as sorry. Tonight is good, no? Ino spoke mentally. Her bewilderment could be heard in her tone. She really isn't holding back, is she? Doesn't seem so. Naruto replied telepathically to his wife, before he answered physically with no induction of his other conversation. Not tonight. I have plans with... Actually, I think I should take it easy tonight, huh? Ino spoke physically for the first time, looking at her husband's surprised face. She offered a knowing smile, mentally added. I still can't walk after what you did to me yesterday. Well, not for long anyway. You really did a number on me. My pupsic. Her mental tongue out paired with the mimicking of the cadre's term of address almost caused his composure to break. After a moment, Naruto replied telepathically. Never do that again, but also we could just do it. We can go out the day after tomorrow, seeing as Cheyenne is really looking forward to her date tomorrow night. Ino replied dismissively, reaching for her drink. Sighing physically, Naruto nodded to his wife, then looked to the cadre and informed. Well, if she insists, there is a place not far from here. It's a bit out of the way, but a popular place with us due to its proximity. Nodding softly, Katarina replied. Duh. I shall look perfect for this night. Ready for me. Just to be sure, Ino interjected. No funny business. Am I clear? Katarina rose a brow, but Naruto just nodded and informed. I understand. Though after this you won't hear about it as with the others. The blonde kunoichi just nodded before sipping her tea, seemingly satisfied while mentally she added. Just so you know, I want a round before you leave. Her grin was foxy and caused Naruto to smirk while shaking his head, internally that is, as he had a straight face externally as he addressed Katarina. Come on, let me get you back to the palace. Though, remember. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 2, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.